All right. Hey, that should be better now that I've unmuted my mic. Thank you, Dragon Sparkles. All right. I was saying greetings, programs. Welcome to this Sunday, August 22nd, or whatever day it is where you're at around the world. What a week it has been. I've kept the Lego build information up on my Twitch stream page for the next couple of weeks, at least until those VODs drop off. But I do have everything set up now to export my VODs to YouTube. So that information should have been copied over to those videos as well. If not, I will make sure that happens today, so that is preserved for posterity. So today, why does it say 8/21? Because I'm an idiot. That's why it says, because today is the 22nd, not the 21st. Okay, so what we're doing today, we're going to jump into Ableton Live a little bit later, and we're going to start creating the backing tracks. Specifically, for the backing tracks, I'm not going to get super fancy or complicated with the specific music that I'm doing, because the point isn't to create the full-on. I just want to create the scaffolding of a rhythm and the basic chords to go through, so I have it so that when I later streams ago to start laying the actual instrumental tracks down, that we have the minimum tracks necessary to listen and play along to, so all of the tracks that we record are actually in sync and cohesive at the end. One of the biggest mistakes that people in music can make, that beginning musicians can make, and this is something, whether you're practicing, whether you're playing with other people, where you recording, whatever, you're practicing, you're playing along, and you think you've got something, and you go to play with someone else, or you go to start recording, and it sounds horrible. And the biggest mistake is not practicing, not playing along to a beat, to a metronome, and it can be a physical metronome, it can be a you can open a browser up to Google and get a metronome, a web-based metronome. There's apps that you can get for your phone. There's metronomes built into most recording programs. So there's always some kind of source to give you beats. And when you're practicing, you should get into the habit of playing along with a metronome for the majority of what your practice is. Yeah, there are going to be times where you're going to have the metronome off because you're going slow, you're starting to figure out fingering or whatever, but as soon as you can, even if that metronome is slowed down, you want to be playing along with that, because one, it's going to do a couple of things. One, it gives you that audible reference to learn how to play in rhythm, and to be working on the rhythm, and to challenge yourself and your skills to get into that rhythm. That is, in martial arts, we have a saying, you fight like you train. And what that means is that if you're always practicing your techniques at low power, or low power, half speed, you're stopping in the middle and not doing them fluidly, whatever. When the time comes to use those skills in real life, whether you're sparring, whether you're actually having to defend yourself or someone else, you're not going to be as effective, because you never practiced being effective. You never gave your muscles a chance to learn how to do things with the proper technique, at the proper speed, at the proper power level. The same thing is true in music. Same thing's true in any physical skill, really. A lot of mental skills too, actually. That you fight like you train is something that been able to apply to a lot of different areas of my life. So, in my guitar classes, our instructors really emphasize this concept of playing along with a metronome whenever possible. Once you've learned the basics of a technique, pull the metronome up, slow it down. Every time you practice, start playing to a metronome until you've developed your inner rhythm. But even then, a lot of times they will take a metronome and they will play and they will start one of the techniques to get faster. Not every guitarist needs to shred, but a lot of us do want to get faster with our skills. And so one of the techniques that they always say is play to a metronome, and then that way you can always turn that metronome up slowly, slowly, slowly. Start on like 40 beats per minute. Play a note to every beat. Once you get to where you're doing that consistently, then start playing, start turning the metronome up, 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 up. Once you get to 80 beats per minute and you're playing on every beat, okay, then turn it back to 40, but start playing 2 notes per beat. So instead of da, 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 it's da, 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 da. Okay? Turn it back up to, keep turning it back up slowly. Once you get up to you're doing 2 beats or 2 notes per beat at 80, then drop it back down to 40 and go to 4 notes per beat. Da 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 da. And as you keep doing that and start ramping up and syncing up and regularly practicing at that level, you are going to find that you are going to naturally be increasing your speed. So that's the big reason for playing with a metronome. When you're recording, you're playing with a metronome, so all the different tracks that you're doing one at a time actually sound good and in sync with each other. All right, so I beat that to death. Okay, so we're going to pull up Ableton Live in a little bit, and we're going to start walking through the process of setting up our projects, setting up our tracks, and doing the recording process. That's going to be fun. All right, let's see, what else do we have today? I don't really have a game picked out. Well, I kind of do. So a while ago, I think it was last year during the start of the pandemic, I got given The Witcher 3 as either a birthday gift or Father's Day gift or something like that. I don't remember exactly where it happened now. But I was still in the process of wrapping up my Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough. Many, many, many hours that I've put into that. And so I never started playing that. And recently, one of the game launchers that I have did a deal where you could get The Witcher extended edition of the original Witcher 1, for free. Well, I'm not an idiot. I've watched the Witcher TV series. I enjoyed the books. In fact, I'm just finishing up my second read through of the novels. So I went ahead and grabbed that into my account. So I made sure I got it installed. So since I don't know anything about the Witcher experience gaming wise, I figured I'll go ahead and start playing through the Witcher series, here on stream. I don't feel like I really need to play the latest and greatest games. I'm going to start walking through and playing some interesting stuff, and we'll see how it goes. We'll get some feedback. So I might try firing that up. One of the other things I thought is I've got the old computer gaming classic, the Oregon Trail, which was a big hit when I was growing up with some of my first computers. They've released it as a tabletop card game for multiple players. There's also a single player version of it. So maybe, depending on what you'd like to see, maybe I go grab that and we play through that on single mode and see if the card game is just as hard as the computer game. So those are a couple of the ideas that I have, but yeah, we should. Yes, it's a card game. I actually found it in Target of all places. It was like $15. So I picked that up, and I picked up a really, really pretty and cool tabletop game that's also called it's called Parks, and it's actually done. It is a really fantastic. Here, let me see if I can pull it up. Parks. It's a game about you going on hikes through. You're going hiking along the trail with you and other players, and the goal is to visit as many different national parks as you can. And so there's just gorgeous artwork. I don't know if you've seen in the national parks. They have these almost all the national parks have like little patches or stickers or postcards that you can get that are done in kind of this 1930s. It's not quite Art Deco, but it's this very very idealized style, very very pretty artwork, and in fact, they're pretty enough. My wife collects them, so most of the places we go as tourists, we see if they have one of these style of postcards, and we pick them up. And I have a whole collage of them put up downstairs in our hallway. Got custom frames done for them and filled them in and everything. And it's just absolutely, it's a really cool memento piece of all the places, of most of the places that we've been and things we've done. Yeah, the cats are yelling at us. I am the first person up in the household, so they are yelling for breakfast. Which cat did we see? Was it the gray one or was it the orange one? Because the gray one is Marcus, the orange one is Gilbert. But they're not going to stick around, and they're not going to stick around with us. So, question for you. I noticed looking through my overlays that as I had condensed a couple of the overlays down, I had changed the order of on the chat box on the on-screen chat box. I had changed the order of inadvertently the actual chat box and its background frame. So last week in a couple of the pages, couple of the overlays, it was really dim and hard to see the actual chat on screen. It looks to me like that's fixed now. Is that what you guys are seeing as well? All right. I'm just kind of jumping all around like a drop of butter in a hot skillet. This is the Witcher novel that I mentioned I'm finishing up. This is the last in the main story. There's one other Witcher novel that is written past this. This isn't the last one that was written, but the other one is kind of a prequel to it. Takes place, so there's a total of 8 Witcher books. There's the first 2 books are actually collections of short stories, and so the first season of the Witcher television show, which if you have not seen it, is some really fantastic fantasy TV, and I highly recommend it. If you know that kind of violence is up your alley, but if you're not into violence, you won't like the show. But the first season of the television show draws on several of the key short stories from those first 2 short story collections, and they kind of set up who Ciri is, who Geralt of Rivia is, who well, in the novels he's called Dandelion, not Jaskier. but and I'm not sure. Well, actually, I am sure. So the bard's name in the television show is Jaskier. He who develops the wonderful "Toss a Coin to Your Witcher" song in story. And but Jaskier is Polish for dandelion. So they translated his name. So the novels are translated from Polish into English, and so they translated the name for the novels. They did not translate his name in the television show. They left it as the Polish name. Kind of confusing, but oh well. That's one of these years, maybe I'll have a series of hit novels turned into a TV series, and I'll get to worry about things like that as well. But anyway, so there's the 2 short story collections that they've pulled a bunch of that for the first season. That's where we get some of those individual kind of different, seemingly unrelated plots for each of the different 8 episodes. And then they've got the continuing through line in those episodes of Ciri and what's going on with her, and the Nilfgaard invasion of Sintra, and so on and so forth. And introducing us to the world and some of the different key players in it. Then the next 5 novels are kind of one continuous story. And so The Lady of the Lake is the last one of those, of that 5. And then the final book, the 6th novel, is a prequel story it's kind of between some of the short stories and the start of the 5-book series. And so it gives us a little bit more information about Geralt and his background and the swords that he carries, the double swords. And so, so like I said, I'm finishing. I bought these last year, read through them, really enjoyed them. And so I'm rereading them for the first time. So second read through, and I'm finishing up. I this time I read them in chronological order. I read the 2 short stories, I read the prequel, and now I'm on the last of the 5. So that's that. All right. So that's kind of why I'm thinking that maybe I'll take a shot at the video game, The Witcher, and see if I can actually play a video game without blowing up OBS this time, where it's an older video game, less taxing. I have no clue if I'm going to be able to pull off playing Witcher 3 with OBS. I'll have to play around with that, but I would prefer to play Witcher 2, and then Witcher 3, and just take my time, do it in order, and we'll go from there. So that's kind of the direction that I'm thinking. There's a couple other really cool games out there that I've been seeing some of the streamers that I follow play. Tricky Towers looks really, really fun, but in order for that to be fun, you need to have other people to play it with. And I'm a baby streamer, so I don't have other streamer friends to play stuff with yet. So I need to work on some of that before I can get some of those collaboration games, or, competitive games like that. There's Splitgate. Splitgate looks really cool. It's free to download and play. It's in open beta right now. I'm seeing several of the streamers that I follow playing Splitgate, and oh my god, that actually looks really amazing. It's a cross between the way they build it is a cross between Halo PvP and Portal. So you have these different maps set up. There are surfaces on those maps that are portable, portalable, and you have the ability to create portals, the 2 different ends of portals on them, and maneuver around the map that way. And then they have the different game modes, team deathmatch, free for all. I believe King of the Hill, stuff like that. So they've got different game modes like that, and that looks like it could be pretty interesting. Although I'm worried that since that's a new game under development, that's going to tax my graphics cards. I've got older graphics cards. And it's not like I'm going to get a new graphics card anytime soon, given some of the continuing shortages and anything like that. So those are some of the stuff that I've looked about. So if there's other games out there that you think would be interesting, one of the ones that I think it's interesting, but I don't think I have any interest doing it, is Gartic Phone. Again, that's a game you have to have a group of friends together to play. And my drawing skills are absolutely crap, so I don't even want to try to play with that. It'd be bad enough if I had a tablet to draw on. But yeah, so Tricky Towers, if you haven't seen it, it's like you're each a magician, and you're doing various competitive tasks. You're building on your tower, and it's a Tetris like game, but it's Tetris with physics. And then you've got different spells that you can do to either help yourself or hurt your competitors. Like one of the spells you can do is Ivy, and it will you cast Ivy on a piece that you just put in, and it will use the Ivy to bind itself more strongly to other pieces that are already in place. And but if you drop a piece down, it actually has the physics of a balance thing. So if you build too far out on part of your structure, you can actually have that whole bit of it fall off. And so yeah, that looks like a really fun game. I'm a Tetris fiend. I back in the days before they invented the internet, not quite, but when I went to college, the internet was not open for public use. You had to be some sort of a scientific or educational institution to get on it. We had one of the original Tetris coin-op games in our student union building, and one time I walked up to go kill some time, put a quarter in, and 5 hours later I was still playing on the original quarter, and had to basically grab someone watching me and say, hey, finish my game, I'm about to be late for my computer science class. So who knows how much longer I could have taken that run, but computer science was the one class I wasn't skipping. So yeah, I love Tetris. I don't really have a Tetris variant on any of my gaming platforms now, just because I really enjoyed the coin-op Tetris more than anything else. But yeah, this Tricky Towers game looks like it could be a lot of fun. All right, so enough about discussing our plans and what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and jump into actually doing some stuff. Okay, so is it Mind Steel? Is that how pronounce your name? Welcome. All right, so Pretty Burb TV, welcome. Dragon Sparkles Art, good to see you again. All right, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and jump over. Now, I did not hook up my external camera, so I'm not going to do that today. But what I have here is just a basic. Here, let me unplug this real fast. It's just a basic little. It's not very expensive. It's a USB MIDI keyboard controller. The brand name is Midi Plus. It's a no frills. You can see it's not very big. It's only like a couple octaves, if that. 1, 2, yeah. So 2.5 octaves basically. A basic pitch, a basic modulation. a couple of different controls for switching which octaves. So it's kind of like, if you think of it, it's a virtual sliding window on a larger keyboard. You can which sets of keys this transmits, you can change up and down with the controls. And then yeah, that's it. It plugs in via a USB port, and pretty much is just immediately recognized as a basic MIDI controller by all your DAWs. And so I've got that here. That's going to be kind of the main input that I use into Ableton Live today, along with the mouse. I also have something, it's called, if you've never seen one of these before, it's called a Surface Dial. It was developed by Microsoft as part of their Surface line, and it really was developed originally as for their big touchscreen artist station, or not just artist, but other creative station. When you have one of these with it, you can actually put it on the screen, and the screen will recognize that it's there and pop up an additional set of controls. But when you have, let me go ahead and just pop up some sort of, let me see, let's go into, let's pop up YouTube, and I'm going to sign out of YouTube. So we'll just have the random. All right, so I'm going to switch this over to this screen, and let's get switched over to and why are we on the wrong? Why are we on my OBS Studio? That is not what it should be. Okay, why did you switch which display you're on? Don't be stupid. There we go. All right, so now we'll switch over. All right, so you should be seeing my YouTube page set up here. All right, so I've got my Surface Dial. It pairs via Bluetooth to your computer. It doesn't have to be a Surface computer, but what you can do with this, let me come over and make this active. So what I am doing is twisting the dial, and that by default gives me my scroll control, okay? But one of the cool things about this, even when you're not using it with the big Surface thing, if I hold the button down, because it pushes in, now you see this jog wheel here, and I can pick what different kinds of functions that it's doing. I can have it adjust the volume. I can have it adjust the scrolling, which is the default, adjust zoom levels. I can undo. And in different programs, I can set up additional different activities for it to do, or it will recognize in some programs, it will recognize different things. All right, so I've got it on scroll mode. So there's this really cool utility out there, because somebody got thinking, well, hey, when I fire up my digital audio workstation, I fire up Ableton Live, which, I'm doing right now. Chat overlay is foggy again. Okay. It looks a little better on my screen this time. All right, let's take a look at that and figure out what's going on there. Okay. Well, so there is supposed to be, let's clear that up. There is supposed to be a purple background on the chat overlay. But last time what was happening was that background was getting layered over the actual chat. So is that what you're seeing? Or, okay. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, that some of the stuff I need to tweak with the overlay, maybe need to make my camera window smaller and stuff. All right, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to resize this window to avoid... all right, so this is my digital audio workstation. Now, when you're recording music, you don't need to spend money on a digital audio workstation. Okay, there you can fire up Audacity or other free sound recording programs, and you can just record your tracks into that. And there are a lot of musicians out there that do exactly that. There with Bass Audacity has a lot of cool capacity, but you can get plugins for it. So there's a lot of stuff that Audacity can do for you if you're starting off. But if you're going to do any sort of music recording or anything like that on a regular basis, you're probably going to want to get a USB audio interface, because I don't know if you've ever tried to plug an electric guitar into a computer, but it doesn't work so well. Just because of the different kinds of inputs and outputs, you don't have, you have a hard time matching that. And so what you have, and I'm going to move the camera here real fast. Sorry for the, so what I have here, this is a USB audio interface. And this one I have here is by PreSonus. It's called the Audiobox USB 96. 96 because it can bring the sample rate up to 9600 hertz. No, 9600 kilohertz, which is really stonking fast. Okay, but what that has is on the front, it's got two separate physical interfaces, so two separate channels, so I can record from two sources at the same time, that has both your XLR inputs, like you would see on a from a decent quality microphone cable, but you also in the center can plug in your typical your typical plug that you get from like a bass guitar, electric violin, something like that. So you can plug either of those two in. The better audio interfaces will have the ability to supply 48 volt phantom power over to those interfaces, so you can use some of the more expensive condenser mics and stuff like that need that extra power. You can get the mixers. Yamaha makes a decent series of low end, and by low end I mean inexpensive. I see a lot of streamers using the various models to bring in inputs and mix them and stuff, and then bring them into the computer as a left track and right track. But these dedicated audio interfaces, one of the other things that they have, like my PreSonus, also has jacks on the back for headphones, and so you can have a separate set of high-end headphones for monitoring hooked up to that, but you also have monitor jacks, left and right studio monitor jacks on it, so you can actually get a set of proper studio monitors to set up in your home studio to use once you're starting to do your mixing and everything. You can get your proper flat response monitors that have a balanced output curve on them, so you can really hear the intricacies of the sound waves, and mix your projects properly. Okay, so they give you all of that. This also has a MIDI in and out. The old physical MIDI connectors for your older MIDI equipment that does that. So this little box, the one I got, it was a bundle. The other big one that you see, and they're very noticeable because they're this nice bright red, and it's the Focusrite is the company that makes them, and those are kind of the standard, really. The Scarlett, they have a single channel. They have the big one is the Focusrite Scarlett 2i2, and those are kind of really what I see most people doing. But the nice thing so I ended up spending about $250 on my bundle for this. It came with this kind of better quality USB microphone that I'm using right now. Came with a couple other things. But when you buy one of these audio interfaces, what it also comes with is usually a ton of software licenses. This being a PreSonus, it comes with a license for the PreSonus Studio One Artist digital audio workstation, kind of one of the big ones out there. It also came with the license for Ableton Live 10. So, and I was able to use the free upgrade to get to go to Ableton Live 11. One of the advantages that a digital audio workstation like Ableton or Studio One, or I mean, there's a ton of others depending on what platform you're using. There's a whole world of plugins, of sound plugins out there, virtual instruments, and we'll see some of those in a little while. Different audio effects, plugins for doing things like adding effects. There's a whole series. There's a whole series of plugins that I was able to go register and download for free, and I've bought some others since then that basically act as different effects pedals and simulate the effect of different iconic amplifiers and amplifier cabinets for my guitars. So I can take my electric guitar, I plug it straight into this interface. Okay. And so when I play, you hear the actual guitar playing along, the guitar sound. But then I kick in one of these plugins, and all of a sudden I'm playing into a classic British Marshall amp with specific effects set in. So I can do that world of guitar effects all virtually from my keyboard, from my digital audio workstation. Ableton comes with all sorts of stuff you can do. You can start setting up your rhythms, drum rack. It comes with a bunch of virtual interfaces that you can play using MIDI inputs and stuff like that. So getting a decent digital audio workstation, I think, is kind of a good natural step if you get into doing music recording. And honestly, even if you never plan on doing any sort of building music for public release, recording what you're doing, some of your practice sessions from time to time, actually can be a really good learning technique, because you will hear stuff that you couldn't hear while you were busy playing. And so again, going back to the playing with a metronome, Ableton has a metronome built in to it. Let me see. I need to turn on there. Okay, so desktop audio. I also need to turn on the PreSonus. All right, I'll turn off desktop audio there. All right. So I have right here some MIDI tracks. So I can go in and I can go into I'm going to go into my sound packs that I have here. And let's go ahead and go into piano. And just like this, I'm going to pick a grand piano. All right, I'm going to plug it in. And now I am plugged in on channel 2, or on track 2 now. See how it now says grand piano? I armed that, and I don't know if you guys heard that. I'm going to switch headset over to my nicer headset that I have plugged in, and now you can hear I'm playing a grand piano just like that. All right, now you know what? No, I want to do an angry organ. All right, so this is one of the things that a digital audio workstation gives you, and you can get usually the lower end digital audio workstations, licenses to them included as part of whichever interface you get. So it's a good way to step in, and if you're lucky enough to get one that has a couple different DAWs, you can try them and see. Now, I'm using Ableton Live, one, because a lot of Ableton, and from what I've been able to tell, Ableton Live is kind of more geared toward people who are doing live performances and using their computer, as a lot of people are using MacBook Airs and using Ableton on MacBook. as part of their live performance set. Jonathan Colton, very big in using Ableton. And so it has a lot of features and functionality that's geared toward real-time control of your stuff. Studio One is kind of really geared toward more professional home studio stuff. I mean, they've got higher editions of it. Now, when I first got this audio interface last year, and it was Studio One version 4, I believe, the way the licensing worked for mine, they gave me Studio One. They gave me a dozen different codes for different plugin manufacturers, and some of those gave me a single plugin. Some of those gave me a whole family of plugins. So I got a ton of plugins. I don't even think I've downloaded them all yet, but I was able to get all that integrated and play with Studio One. When I, a couple of weeks ago, was getting set back up to decide, okay, I'm going to start streaming. I'm going to do this. I'm going to fumble my way through it in front of God and everyone, and let everyone see all the mistakes and stuff that I make as I learn through go through this learning curve. I found that the version of Studio One that I had was no longer able to use plugins. And I could not find any record of me having stepped up to the next level that could use plugins. So that's why I switched over to Ableton and am learning that. So yeah, it's really weird that the old version of Studio One Artist, I was able to use the plugins, and I don't know how. I don't know if it includes. So they have, like, you can either upgrade to the next version for like $50, which isn't bad, don't get me wrong, or you could buy an $80 add-in to unlock the ability to use all the VST plugins and stuff like that within Studio One Artist. And thank you for the follow, Mine Still. That's very awesome. Thanks for joining us here. And so I was like, wait a minute. They gave me a free product that I can no longer use with the other free stuff they gave me. That's not cool. So I kind of got pissed at Studio One and said, screw you. I'm taking my bomb bat and I'm going over to Ableton. So I uninstalled Studio One, installed Ableton, and so that's kind of what I'm. Let's see. I do not know how to disable notifications right now. Anyway, so thanks for the follow again. Really appreciate it. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, so I'm using Ableton. Even on the light version, it limits the number of different input sources I can have, but that's okay since I'm not doing a live band and I don't have 16 different machines. I can live with the limit of 4 input sources and 4 output sources at the same time. Because from what I can tell, there's not a limit on. So I only have 2 channels, and then I have the Midi stuff. Okay, so I can create more tracks. Okay, so I'm continuing to create tracks here, and let's stretch this, and so the browser is going to be overlaid a little bit. All right, so I've got a ton of different audio tracks here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 audio tracks, 5 audio tracks now. Okay, tracks 3 through 7 are all audio tracks, and one of the things here, I can select different sources of where it's pulling the audio from. And so like here you see I've got my AB96.1, AB96.2, and AB96.1 and 2. All right. So for each one of these tracks, I can break it down and say, I want you to listen to the first audio interface. I want you to listen to the second audio interface. I want you to listen to both and do this as a stereo track. So, but the way a DAW like this works, when you have multiple tracks split up for different interfaces or different sides of one instrument, okay, you have this button down here that's called the arming button for that track. So when I click on that, I'm not actually recording yet, but what I am saying is when I record, I have armed this track that when I go hit the record button, that track will be one of the ones that we'll be listening and recording. And this is a really important concept, and it comes from the old hardware multi-track recorders, where it was a big loop of tape that you would record on, and so physically the record head would have different sections of the tape that it would lay its tracks down, that it would lay down on. Okay, so for those of you who were on the ISO committee for Dirt like me, you remember something called 8-track tapes, and they were these big cartridge-like things that you'd shove in, and you'd play them, and there'd be like you could press a button to switch between 4 tracks, and they'd be simultaneously playing 4 tracks at the same time. And why they were called 8-track is because they were actually recorded in stereo, so they had a left track, right track for each of those 4 programs. And so you'd have an entire album on an 8-track cassette, but you'd have to switch between the 4 programs on it to get all of the songs. And that was a condensed down consumer version of the big reel-to-reel multi-track recorders they'd use in professional recording studios. And so there, the recording arm was basically, or the recording button, I swear I'm going to just destroy my entire workstation. All right. So there, you didn't want to record over the stuff you'd already recorded, so you had to tell it which tracks, you had to arm which tracks were actually going to record to the tape. So we follow that convention, and what that does is that allows us, we set this up so that we tell it where it's pulling from, and then we tell it, okay, I want to monitor all of these. So now, if I go through and I record something here, so if I record something on this track, and then later I go back and I want to record something on this track, I unarm that one, I arm that one, and then when I go back and play it again, this is going to come through into my monitor source, which right now I have my monitor source set to the headphone output on my audio interface to my nice Sennheiser headphones. And so I will hear, as I start playing the stuff, all the tracks that are already recorded that are set to go up to my monitor source. Okay, so I will hear those as I am playing along and recording new tracks. Okay, and so this is why we're going to build some backing tracks today for our songs that we're going to be doing going forward, because this gives me something more than just a dry metronome to listen to. All right, this gives me the ability to hear the other tracks that are going as I'm playing. Now, one of the interesting pieces that all the hardware and software will do for you, there is a certain amount of latency, of delay, that it takes for the electrical signals to go from your instrument through the audio interface into the computer, be dealt with by the computer, come back out through your monitor source. So there's a certain amount of delay. It's usually measured in milliseconds or sub-milliseconds, okay? Like, for example, if we wanted to go see, all right, so this is my driver and settings for my PreSonus audio box. If we come into, is it Control Comma or Alt? Yep, Control Comma. All right, so we come in here, we see I'm using an ASIO driver for my audio box. I can go take a look. Here's my mono inputs, my stereo inputs, my monitor sources, mono and stereo. All right. And then my sample rate. And then this right here is controls my latency settings. You want the buffer to be as low as possible without disrupting the sounds from your computer. Okay. Or the sounds coming in. When you start adding in VST plugins and effects and have multiple tracks going and stuff like that, it starts putting more of a load on your CPU. And so there's a way to, you can actually use this as a test rig to set that up. Okay, I'm going to say 80% of my CPU is used. I'm going to turn on a test tone. Can you hear that? Do you hear that test tone now? Well, there's no audio playing yet other than the test tone. All right, let me see. Why are we not hearing that? What about now? Nope, you guys are not hearing that. That is not good. All right. Okay, what about now? Do you hear it? Dang it. All right. All right. We are having technical difficulties. Please stand by. All right. So let me turn off the test tone and let me come into here and let me figure out what I need to do. Audio to... So when I was playing the MIDI stuff before, you weren't hearing that? So I'm sitting here playing a C chord on an angry organ, and you're not hearing. I mean, you can see the level meters. You're telling me you're not hearing that. Shit. Okay. Why are we not hearing that? Let me see what my... So we're going to the master. All right. All right. Okay, now you can hear that. That's coming over the desktop audio now. So that's what we're going to have to do for today. You heard that, I'm guessing? Hang on just a second. Okay, I'm hearing it. But that's really spotty. That is not good sounding at all. Well, hell's bells. This is going to... All right. Well, and unfortunately, that takes... Okay, the music is loud. Turn that down a little. Okay, but unfortunately that takes away my input as well. So I'm gonna have to reset this up. All right, do you hear the test tone now? Okay, so what we do is we turn the test tone volume up, and this is, you can set the frequency, whatever you want, but we set it up. When we have this on, this simulates high CPU usage, and so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take okay, so we're going to change our blocks, we're gonna set this down. So the bigger of a buffer that we have, the more latency that throws into the loop, okay? And so what I'm doing is turning that input buffer down as much as I possibly can to drive the overall latency down. Now at some point, so 256 is as low as I can go here. All right, let's turn our output buffer down. All right, so notice the sound quality has changed for that tone. We've interfered with that tone now, so let's... Okay, so we have a pretty pure tone now. So turn that off, and I'm going to come back over here and turn the block size back up. We're going to do it one more time. All right, so when I'm using ASIO, I can't, it doesn't, great. All right, so, okay. All right, I'll figure that out. I will figure out what I need to do to get that input going back in through the computer so that next time we can do it through the ASIO driver, because that's a much lower latency, better quality driver. Right now we're running through DirectX. All right. So anyway, so now, let's turn the test tone off again. All right, so we've simulated that under high CPU load, we're still getting a certain amount of, and you can see now we have our latency measurements here. So what that means is that when I'm recording, there's a certain amount of delay before that what I'm hearing comes before the signal that I'm recording back in. So they're offset a little bit. So those latency measurements allow the digital audio workstation to perform the necessary calculations to adjust the recording back so it's completely in sync with what I'm hearing. It knows what those delays are and can do all the necessary math to make everything just sync up nicely. Okay. So, so that's why we take the time to calibrate it like that and get everything set up. All right. So now we can still hear, and that, good God, that is loud. Yeah, let's maybe turn that down a little bit more. So anyway, so, all right, so got Ableton Live, got my audio interface, got my MIDI keyboard, and you notice it's a low end. I think it cost me like 25 bucks. It wasn't very expensive. It's not great, but it's enough to do some basic input, okay? And then I have... This is not required, but I have this, and there's a wonderful piece of Elephant. It's called Elephant, and it's a piece of software that somebody wrote that said, "Hey, I've got this Surface dial. I'd really like to be able to use it with all of these virtual sliders and knobs and stuff that I have inside my various programs." And so you launch Elephant. Okay, it fires up. And now Elephant is just going in the background, okay? And so now I put my mouse over that control, and now I can use, notice, see the slider there going up and down. That's because I'm turning the Surface dial. Okay, so I can just go hold down, and now I can use that dial in a much more granular more precise way than trying to hold down my mouse and do it the normal way that you have to do, where it kind of gets a little non-intuitive. I mean, you can get used to it, but so that allows my one surface dial to become all of these different controls. And so it's a two-handed operation. That's the downside to it, but it gives me much more precise control over all my stuff. All right, so I have lost my mouse. Where am I? There I am. Okay, all right. So like I can come over here and I can adjust the volume. Okay, just like that on the solo. You can see I'm right over here. All right, so that's what. So I'm using this right now. You can, at some point in the future, if I keep doing this stuff, you can buy control surfaces that plug in via Midi that actually are Ableton aware or other DAWs aware. PreSonus sells one that's specifically designed to work with PreSonus Studio One. But you can buy all sorts of third-party physical plugins that have physical knobs and sliders for multiple tracks and stuff, and a lot of them already know about Ableton and you plug it in via MIDI, Ableton detects them, and all of a sudden all those physical knobs and sliders like you'd have on a real mixing board, cut down for home use, now all of a sudden you have those and working with all your controls here on screen. So that's kind of really, really cool. But today, since I already have this, a friend gave it to me, I haven't been using it, that piece of Elephant software, which I do need to, I'm using the demo of it now, I need to go purchase the license for it, and I think it's something really stupid like 10 or 15 bucks, so it is really nice. That will get some of that pain out of the way, because right now I'm really trying to do this on a budget until I decide, yes, I want to throw myself at it more, or no, I'm just going to keep this purely in the hobby realm forever and ever and ever. All right, so I have lost my, oh, there we go. It's because it's on. Okay, so I have a 3-monitor setup here. So occasionally I lose the mouse cursor. All right, so here I am. We have our everything set up for now. All right, I'm just going to go back to grand piano. Okay. All right. The other thing that I'm going to do is I am going to pop up another, let's see. All right. I just got a new Twitch achievement. What was that? Oh, okay. I've streamed apparently for 2 unique days in the last 30 days. Yay. All right, cool. Thank you, Twitch. All right, so, sorry, squirrel. Still getting used to all of this, sorry. All right, so what I am doing here is I literally just sidetracked myself. Okay. I was coming. Oh, that's right. I'm going to fire off a new browser tab and drag it over to the window here. See, eventually I can be taught. All right, so drag it over, resize it. Okay, so we'll bounce back and forth. I won't drag it down all the way, so I can always jump back into Ableton. All right, so have the browser tab here. And what I'm going to do here is go bring up Jonathan Colton's Gambler's Prayer. All right, so this is the tabs for it. Okay, this is one of the first songs that we're going to do. And been talking about it last week. And so on stream last week, what I kind of tossed out there as an option is... All right, I'm turning the gain down on my mic because it's a little too hot. All right, are the sound levels sounding a little bit more balanced now? All right, so this is just a plain old instrumental guitar lick, and I have been working on the chords, on some of the chord transitions and stuff, like I promised I would. So let's grab the guitar, toss the strap on. All right, let's make sure we're in tune. D string's a little high. Remember, always tune up because you're putting more tension on it. If you tune down, what can happen is that you are releasing the tension on the string and you don't get a true reading and it continues to relax. So you always want to go below your target note and then tune up to it. All right, so that was the... Oh, A string's a little high. B is definitely a little high. So standard tuning. High E's a little high. All right, sounding good. So, standard 6-string guitar. E, A, D, G, B, E. The acronym that I use to remember the order that the strings go in. Eddie, 8, Dynamite, Goodbye, Eddie. That's my favorite one. All right, so back on... All right, so and so we just go through. I'm not as wealthy as I used to be, and I'm busted again. Why does this happen to me? All right, so and then we get into that wonderful sequence where we get into the chorus. So, Lord, lift me up with your tender embrace. Lend me your wisdom, your strength, and your grace. Help me to smash my opponent's and that is a finger buster of a sequence. And so I wanted to talk for a minute about some of the techniques that I'm using to train myself to do, because some of this stuff, so I'm one of those people that for years I played guitar, but I could never master bar chords. Okay. And so, so Mind Steel. This is one of the ones he did as part of, is one of the songs that Jonathan Colton did as part of his early Thing a Week albums that he did for a year, where he was putting a new song out every week. And so this one only exists in demo format. So it's just him and the guitar. He did Skull Crusher Mountain originally in demo format, where it's just him and the guitar. He did Mandelbrot Set originally in demo format, where it's just him and guitar, but then he looped back later for other albums and did full versions with sound effects and multiple instruments and stuff like that. Gambler's Prayer is one of those demos he never came back around and did, and it is absolutely, I find this song an absolute delight. But there is this one movement in here where we go D to an A dim, and to an A, and then an A flat, and then into an F sharp minor. So I was going to say, I'm one of those people who, for years, I've struggled with bar chords. The guitar lesson community that I got into as the pandemic started, and I shifted my hobbies and decided, you know what, I've been playing guitar since I'm 12. I'd like to get past that plateau. I'd like to get better. So I got my electric guitar set. I got the lessons and I started playing. And now I am finally limping into the realm of being able to do bar chords. And two things about bar chords. One, a lot of it is your thumb strength. If you play and you have trouble with bar chords, a lot of it is your thumb strength. I used to try to push my index finger down to do the bar across the strings really, 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 really hard. And it doesn't work unless you have your thumb back there, and the thumb, so you're doing a pincher grasp. You start doing that and you build your thumb strength up, and you can do your bar chords a lot easier. Bar chords, by the way, are really useful because they are they basically, this is a capo, okay? And a lot of guitarists are like, oh my god, it's a capo, I can't believe you're using such a crutch. Well, you know what, there's so many different ways, there's so many different places where you have the same notes on the guitar, but they're on different strings, different voicings, different fingerings, and so it's really a matter of what kind of sound are you going for. Capos are cool because they allow us to change the pitch of something, and so this is an open G, open D, open A, okay? Now, let's say I want to, so that's the key of G, okay? Okay, G, C, D. But I want to go play that up, so we go G, this would be G sharp or A flat, A, B. So if I want to play in the key of B, which normally is a finger cracker of a chord, just by putting the capo on and moving that up, it changes the tuning for all the strings at once. So I can use familiar chord shapes, but I can adjust, and now I can really quickly, without having to learn new fingerings, new chords, stuff like that, now I can adjust the tune. Say I'm playing for a group of people who can't sing down as low as I can. Okay, now I've adjusted it up, and everything still sounds good. I don't need to spend a lot of time relearning the fingerings. And a lot of professional musicians out there will use capos as an integral part of their song. For example, you may have heard that. It's a little ditty called I See Fire by a little unknown artist by the name of Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran absolutely uses the capo because he wants that sound, he wants that higher, brighter sound, and he wants it up on the fretboard. So you stick the capo on the 6th fret, and now you're using, so that's an E minor fingering, but that is not an E minor chord, obviously. So it's E minor, G, D, and C, and A minor, and a couple other various chords. But so the fingerings are actually, for this lovely, lovely song, the actual basic chords, the fingerings are very simple open chord fingerings, but because we use the capo, we've moved it up 6 half steps, and so it's up in a completely different key that better suits his song. It's a higher, brighter sound on the guitar than it would be, you know, if I go do that same stuff down here. Okay, so what the heck? I have no idea what just happened there. All right. So anyway, God, I'm rabbit holing a lot. All right, so that's what a bar chord is. A bar chord is, I learned certain patterns. Like one of the most useful So I have in my G key, I have my Dorian or my root chord is G, C, D, G, and I can move down from G to E minor, C moves down to A minor, and then D. Okay, so your typical 4-chord song is going to be something like okay. So that E minor is a very easy chord for beginners to do. So the key of G gets used a lot for beginner songs because you can do everything with these nice, easy, open chords and switch back and forth, okay? And then you can do some embellishments because you can do your walk downs. So you can pretty easily, as a beginner, you can start playing around with some of this stuff. So that E minor shape is really easy. Here's our E major. I take my index finger off and I'm E minor, okay? It's literally just 2nd fret on my 4th and 5th strings there, okay? So it'd be really nice if I could use that same, say I need to do an F sharp minor, okay? I don't know why I need to do it, but I'd like to play it. So this is E, all right? And so I can look at my keyboard and I can see that an E to go to F sharp is just 2 half steps up. All right. What I'm talking about here, let me unplug this real fast. So on our keyboard here, this is our E. Okay, so we start with C, D, E, C, D, E, a half step, okay, to F. So E and F, there's no whole step in between, it's just a half step. So F sharp, which is the black key there, is another half step up. So to go from E to F sharp is 2 half steps. All right, so each fret on the keyboard then, or each fret on the keyboard, Jesus Christ. Okay, each fret on my fingerboard is a half step up. So open key or open string, I'm playing E, that's F sharp, okay? So that's my root note of the chord. So I know that a minor pattern for in an open tuning, since my root note of E, okay, next string is A, so that's A sharp, B, okay? So E, B, and then this is the D string, so D, D sharp, E, so E, B, E. All right, so those are 3 of the notes I'm playing in this minor chord. Normally, the E major chord is that. So this is our G string. So that's a G sharp or A flat. So those are the 3 notes in the E, but we're going minor. So that's we're taking that finger off. So we're dropping it back down. So that's just an open G. So we have E, A, G, and that gives us our E minor chord shape. All right. So I need to preserve that same relationship if I want to use that same shape, say up here, to play F sharp minor, because I go up. So I have that same relationship for those 2 notes, and that's great. But all of my open strings have not changed their tuning. So they're now drastically out of step, and it's going to sound awful. That's where bar chords come in. I use my finger as a portable capo, and I do that same finger shape there. Now I'm using my ring and pinky fingers to do those 2 notes that I would have done on the open chord. But now I'm using my finger to bar. Look at that. 1, 2, 2 frets, 2 half steps up. So I've shifted the tuning for the entire fingerboard up 2 half steps, which goes from E to F sharp. And so now I'm using that same chord shape and I'm playing F sharp minor. All right, so That's why bar chords are so damn useful and so damn cool, because there are only a few different shapes that you use for bar chords, and once you learn those shapes, you can play damn near any chord anywhere on the fretboard. Okay, but you still see, I mean, there are some guitarists that will play everything in bar chords. Okay, there are some guitarists, like for example, so this is F sharp, that would be G, G sharp, A. So I can play A minor all the way up here. Okay. So it's the same chord, but it sounds different because of the different actual notes that I'm playing, the different octaves and the different strings and voicings. So I've got, depending on what I'm doing in my song, I have the option of using open chords, a mixture of open chords and bar chords. Just using all open chords, some of them get increasingly complex and start requiring you to skip strings that shouldn't be played because you can't modify them with all the other fingerings you're doing. Or you can play everything as bar chords and just accept that some chord relationships, even though you're descending in your song, because of where you have to play them and the shapes that you have to play for a bar chord, that chord is going to jump up and be higher in tone than the surrounding chords. And sometimes you don't like that. So bar chords give you more options. They're another tool in your toolbox. And I was severely limited for decades by not being able to play them. So the whole reason I started going with the people who do my guitar lessons, and I don't want to plug them a ton right now, but they're called Guitar Mastery Method, because they did a little free. They do very high pressure sales tactics, and so they're not the cup of tea for a lot of people. But they offered a free, hey, we're going to answer this questionnaire and we'll tell you what the single biggest thing is that's holding you back from making guitar progress. And I'm like, okay, sure, I can do that. So I did that, sat through a 15-minute video pitch before they finally said, okay, your problem is, boom. And it was the pincher grip that I was not properly using my thumb to brace the bar chords. And I went, started playing with that and was like, oh my God, I just played a bar chord for the first time in my life. Now, mind you, my hand immediately cramped and went into spasms. And it's like, oh shit, ow, 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 that hurts. So I've been having to work up my hand strength and everything, and dexterity and everything. But when their freebie solves a problem that you had for 30 years, shut the hell up and take notice. And so I said, okay, guys, take my money. And I bought a course from them. And then I got an opportunity to join their VIP club, which is basically a monthly subscription that gives you access to literally every course they do. So as long as you pay a subscription, I have access to all of the courses without having to buy them individually. So I said, sure, I'll do that, because it ended up being like $27 a month, which is far less than I would pay for an actual instructor-led guitar lessons. And they have a Facebook community where you can record yourself and upload and then get commentary and stuff like that. And then they offer a yearly fee that I finally switched to, that actually like cuts that price almost in half. So like, I mean, literally for the price of 2 or 3 lattes a month, I'm getting pretty decent guitar instruction. It's not as quick and focused as instruction with an instructor and a face-to-face instructor would be, but I get instruction from a lot of really good guitarists from all around the world who are working guitarists, plus a very large community of other students. And so far, I've found that it's what I've needed to progress. So, all right, so getting back into this. So, Lord, lift me up in your tender embrace. Lend me your wisdom, your strength, and your grace. Help me to smash my opponent's fat face. Nice. All right, so I'm not quite there yet as far as being able to play this at speed, but I'm working on it. And I wanted to share real quick a couple of the tips that I am using to help myself learn how to do some of those quick transitions. Because, hey, this A diminished, so we have A, and we have this A diminished, and we have the A flat diminished, okay? And so we go from D to A diminished to A flat diminished, F sharp minor. All right? That can be a bitch to get through if you're first doing it. And so one of the techniques that they taught me is analyze what your fingers are doing. Guitarists are lazy, okay? And we need to be intelligently lazy, because what we are doing, we are trying to minimize the amount of effort we put into our strumming and our fretting and picking and everything that we're doing. So we have a whole variety of different picking techniques called, there's sweep picking, there's economy picking, alternate picking. And the whole point is movement causes tension. Tension causes muscle fatigue. If you're going to be playing, recording songs, being someone more who just picks up a guitar and strums around a campfire every now and then, you have to build up your muscle strength and your muscle endurance. And part of the way to do that is practice, but part of the way to do that is to reduce the amount of muscle fatigue. Muscle fatigue makes your muscles tighten up, makes it harder to move, requires more energy, limits your dexterity. Muscle fatigue is bad. So one of the best ways to avoid muscle fatigue is to minimize the amount of movement you're doing. And so one of the things beginning guitarists tend to do, all right, I really need to figure out how to turn notifications off when I'm doing this. All right, so is analyze, take a minute to look at your chords and your fingers and what you're doing. Because a lot of times, one of the big things that gets people is transitions between chords. Okay, you get given open chords. Okay, and these were literally the first three chords I got shown when I was 12: G, C, and D. And I spent weeks practicing my fingers bloody until I got where I could switch between them fairly quickly. And part of that is just you play it enough that your fingers know the shape. It's muscle memory, okay? But there are some tricks you could do to get that, and transitioning between chords can be really hard, especially if you're adding a new chord to your repertoire. All right, so the first thing you do is you analyze that chord. So the A chord I know, and the A chord is literally just index finger, second fret of the fourth string, middle finger, second fret of the second string, and ring finger is the second fret of the third string. So why don't I do those just in straight order of fourth, third, second, all on the same fret? Partly it's because I have big fat fingers, and gapping between my index and middle finger there gives me room to put that in, okay? And everything rings out nice and clean. The other reason, and this is the real reason why you're taught this fingering, is that shape, that pattern, gets used in a lot of other chords with a slight difference. Like, for example, if I go play a D chord, a D is my index finger on the second fret of the third string, middle finger, second fret, first string, and my ring finger, third fret of the second string. That's basically the same shape, but if I slide this back so everything's all in the same fret and move up one string, now I'm on an A. So that fingering pattern I learned for D, I compress it and move it slightly, and now I've learned the finger pattern for A. And so that kickstarts being able to learn and acquire more chords very quickly and very easily. So the first thing to do is to look at this. So the A, the A diminished is basically that A pattern, but it's pulled back so that I'm on the first fret with my index and middle fingers, fourth and second strings. I'm on second fret, third string with my ring finger, and then I add my pinky in to the second fret on the first string. Okay, so there's my A. But it's basically that same A shape. I just slide it over one and plop that pinky down. All right? So since I can transition from D to A very easily because it's the same finger shape, just moved over a little bit so that I'm straddling the line, or so I'm no longer straddling the line, I'm jamming all my fingers in the same fret. So now I can just move it back. So I'm straddling, so instead of straddling 2 and 3, I'm straddling 1 and 2, move my fingers up one string and jam that pinky down. So I can go. And now I have that transition very quickly and easily. And then to slide into the A, I literally lift my pinky up and jam my fingers forward a little. All right, now I have to go to A flat diminished. Well, guess what? Same trick. Move my fingers forward to the third fret and keep sliding them until my ring finger slides over into the fourth fret. Jam that pinky back down on the first string of the fourth fret. So we have. All right. Then the only tricky transition is going from that A flat diminished to my bar chord, to my F sharp minor. That is literally the hardest transition in this song. And if you stop and look at it and reason what you're doing and figure out the transitions, then you can practice those transitions that are giving you trouble. Now, I've used my eyes, I've analyzed my way through that. I know what the chords are supposed to feel like now. Now I stop looking at my damn fingers. I stop looking at the fretboard. Now I practice by feel. And that's how I build the muscle memory in, is I work on those transitions and I don't look at I stop looking at it. Once I figured out what the transitions are, I stop looking at it and do it by feel, play it when it's right. You know, if I flub it up, flub one of the transitions up, I go back and I do it until it's right, until my fingers know what that is supposed to feel like. And then I keep working my way through it, and I keep working my way through it, and I don't sit there and watch my fingers, because if I watch my fingers, I'm more likely to do and I'm slowing myself down by getting my eyes in that loop. My fingers need to know where to go. They don't need my eyes to tell them. I figure it out for the first time. And then I work my way through it and practice doing it correctly. It's going back to that train like you want to fight. When you're playing in a performance, whether you're standing live, whether you're recording, whether you're doing, and you're going at tempo, you cannot watch your fingers do everything. You have other shit you have to do. You need to be watching your music and knowing where you're going. You need to be watching, if you're playing with other people, you need to be watching and listening for the cues and stuff like that. Your fingers have to know what they're doing in order to sound good and sound confident. If you are watching your fingers all the time, it's just not going to sound as good. So those are the techniques that I'm working on, and I'm still rusty enough at this that I don't have that down at speed yet. Hopefully I will have it by next week, but so this is kind of the stuff that I'm practicing in the background, and this is why I started doing this streaming, is to force myself. I know I'm streaming every weekend. I have to show progress. I have to show you guys that, hey, when I say this is the technique I use and this is the results that it gives me, I have to go put the practice time in so that I actually get the damn results, okay? So you all are holding me accountable, and I love you for that. Thank you. And so we're going to make some good music together. All right, so, all right, let me take this off. All right, so the next challenge is, so we're gonna lay down backing track in Ableton, like I've been talking about, and I'm gonna use the MIDI keyboard just to lay down the practice stuff. The sound that we're going for, what we talked about last time, I'm going to record this song. It's called Gambler's Prayer. It's a really fucked up prayer. You know, you read the lyrics, Lord, hear my prayer, look down at me. I'm not as wealthy as I used to be. It's not even 10. I'm busted again. Why does this happen to me? Give me a sign. Show me you care. A straight to the ace, Lord, or even a pair. I can't make it alone, and I'll sink like a stone unless you can undo what I've done. So, Lord, lift me up in your tender embrace. Lend me your wisdom, your strength, and your grace. Help me to smash my opponent's fat face. Oh, Lord, help me take money from my friends. And it just keeps going downhill. It starts off as this nice, humble cry for help, and it just goes straight to hell on an express elevator until we're ending up with, so poke them with sticks, crush them with stones, chew them up, good Lord, and spit out their bones. Make my riches grow and let those bitches know that you hate them and love only me. Burn it all down until nothing survives. Make them regret for the rest of their lives the day that they bet their dogs and their wives. Oh Lord, help me take money from my friends. So yeah, this song escalates quickly, and I love it. It becomes the most unprayer-like prayer, that at the same time the most quintessentially American prayer that I've ever seen, because really, God is money, right? Money is God. All right. So as we were talking about last stream, I would like to kind of do this, I think, because anytime you do a song, you can do it in completely different sounds. You heard the song It Must Have Been Love by Roxette, which actually originally was used in the soundtrack for the movie Pretty Woman with Julia Roberts. But, you know, it's a typical Roxette ballad song, so, you know, power pop ballad. One of the things that I love about the band Roxette, that they did over the years, was as they released new albums, they'd sprinkle in... That is getting bloody annoying. Outlook, you go away. All right, maybe I'll stop getting the notifications from Outlook. How do I turn off notifications? All right. Is it taskbar? All right, I'm gonna have to figure that out. So anyway, oh yeah, Roxette. Okay, so one of the things that Roxette does that I love is on their various albums that they will occasionally sprinkle live recordings from various concerts or other studio sessions that they've done. They will do recordings of previous songs that they've done, but they do them in a new setting or. And so they've got on one of their albums, they have the song, oh, hey, 8x15 subwoofers. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So they will do these recordings of familiar songs done differently. And so one of the ones that they do that I love, they take this power pop ballad, It Must Have Been Love, but It's Over Now. And, you know, that's your typical pop rock power ballad. And, you know, heavy on the synths, some guitar scattered through, nice big backbeat drums, you know. Okay. Sorry, I'm a huge Roxette fanboy. Um, and they do different versions of them. So they do a version of It Must Have Been Love that is country. I swear to God, they have slide pedal guitar on it. Steel pedal slide guitar on it. And it's fucking insane. It sounds so good. Like the song was written that way. Because, Roxette are goddamn geniuses, and Marie can sing anything, or God rest her soul. And yeah, losing Marie when she died a couple years back, that was one of the to me personally, that was right up there with losing David Bowie or losing Prince. Losing Marie was a huge hit. Because Roxette is one of those groups that I've loved ever since high school, ever since I first ran into The Look and the rest of their stuff. And so they've been there for many a road trip for me, listening to my Roxette playlist and everything. But anyway, they do this country version of It Must Have Been Love, and that's kind of one of those switches that flipped for me, is that you can take a song that you've heard 1,000 times before and you play it in a different genre, and suddenly it sounds like a brand new song, and you can reach new audiences with it. You can touch more people. And so the concept of take a thing that's familiar and stick it in an unfamiliar setting and see what you can learn from it is kind of one of those key principles for me now, in writing, gaming, and even music now. And so Gambler's Prayer, it's just a demo. It's kind of Colton has it as kind of a blank slate, because it's just guitar with a couple embellishments and him singing. So I don't really know what he was intending to do, but for me, I thought and talked about this last week, and now that we've got a couple more people here, I'd love to hear you guys what you think. That I would like to do this as if I were a worship band at a church. Now, normally those words would have me run screaming. I grew up in various different American church denominations, and as I was growing up, we were moving more and more to the praise worship band concept of music, away from the typical piano and organ and stuff like that. And so there's a certain amount of familiarity there. Some of you who are older like me, I say the words Maranatha music and you break out in the same cold sweats that I do, or vineyard music. But there are some really talented worship bands out there. But there's a certain sound that church worship bands kind of have developed, especially as they get influenced by like Maranatha and Hillsong and some of those other church music purveyors. And to me, it's really, really funny to take this song that it's called a prayer, and it is super sacrilegious. It is, but at the same time, like I said, so quintessentially American. I think in the way the average American Christian views their relationship with God unconsciously, some of those unconscious biases. And so to comment on that and to highlight that out, just how ludicrous this is, that I'm treating God like a jukebox. I'm praying because I'm talking to God to get something I want. It's a transactional relationship. And that's the only time this gambler probably talks to God, is when he's down on his luck and needs a little bit of divine assistance to get him out of his mess. And so doing this as a worship song just kind of tickles a deep place within me. So if you've got a better idea of a different sound to go for this, I'm all ears. But that's kind of my plan, is to go do this as kind of a worship band. Unfortunately, what that means is that, and I'm not going to drag y'all through it, sometime in the next week or two, I need to go sit down and listen to a bunch of worship bands again, and fix in my mind some of the audio characteristics that they do, so that I have a better idea of how to craft the various tracks for this once we get into recording the tracks. And that's going to suck. I do not want to do that. That's where I came from. And if you're there and you're happy in it, that's great. But just know that it wasn't a happy or healthy place for me. And so that's, but, you know, I mean, this is music. This is art. You know, we'll do stuff for our art, and it's a way to maybe work through some of that and acknowledge that, because there are some good memories as well. There are still a few songs that just really touch a special place in my heart, partly because I was able to take and make them my own along the way, and maybe later on this year in this stream, maybe I can do some of those. Maybe I can tackle recording my own version of a couple of those. There's one Maranatha music song that I really, really love that I would like to do a recording of. All right, so all right, all that said, I'm kind of vamping now, so let's go ahead and go back into Ableton. Oh, wait, hang on. All right, so I'm going to bring Gambler's Prayer back up, but I'm going to throw that onto a different screen that y'all can't see. Haha. All right, so that just gives me... Okay, so there's a couple things that I need to do now. I need to figure out... Well, first of all, I unplugged my USB keyboard a while back to show y'all the fingerings. So I need to plug it back in and wait for that to come back into the system. All right, you can hear that, right? All right. All right. All right, so we're getting that in. So I need to figure out the chord fingerings here. So I actually started learning music on piano. My uncle tried to teach me piano, and I just wouldn't practice. So I never really got anywhere as far. But I used to play by ear all the time. And so one of the things that I figured out is, you know, the concept of a scale. Scale is basically just a pattern of half steps and whole steps in a particular pattern. And so when we start on C, the C scale is all on our white keys. And so that kind of determines the pattern for us. C to D is a whole step, D to E is a whole step, E to F is a half step. So it's whole, half, and or full, half. And then it's from E to F is a whole step, to G, another full step, to A, another full step, or no, God, I got screwed up by one. Sorry. All right, C to E. All right, so E to F is our half step, our first half step. So we've gone C to D whole, D to E whole, E to F half. F to G is whole, G to A is whole, A to B is whole, B to C is half. So that's our pattern. Whole, half, whole, half. Okay? That's your pattern for a major scale, C major. All right, so if I shift that up to F, all right, so I start off with, so the C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. That's our do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. All right, so if I shift this up to F, so I'm going to go, so I start on F, F, G, A, B, C, and notice that B sounds off there. Okay, that's because we're not following the pattern. So F to G is a whole, G to A is a whole, A, now we need to take a half step. So we go to A sharp. So, and then we go to C is our next whole step. D, E, our next whole step, actually from E to F is a half step. So I have to go to the E sharp or the F flat. Or no, sorry, no, oh God, brain dead. Okay, so See, this is how you know that I never formally learned piano, and that all my music theory is for the most part self-taught. So we did the F to the F, G, A sharp, C, D, E, F, because that E to F is our last half step there on the end. Okay, so in the key of F, we introduce one sharp flat. Okay, one of our one of our black keys on the keyboard. Okay, and as you work through your circle of fifths and work through, you add more and more and more of them until you're playing every damn flat on the board. But you follow that same whole, half, whole, half pattern for a major key. Okay, and so then there's the minor key. So what I figured out as a child is that for a chord, if I want to play a C major chord, I take the first, the third, and the fifth notes of that pattern. So C, the second note is D, the third note is E, so C, E. The fourth note is F, and the fifth note is G, so C, E, G. That's my C major, all right? Very simple. So I can take that same pattern for F. All right, so that's F, G, A sharp, C. So 1, 3rd, and 5th. Boom, all right? So those are my intervals to make a major chord, okay? The third interval and the fifth interval from the root note of the chord. All right, so with that, I can figure out any major chord that I need to do. So for A, I start on my A. All right, why is... All right, so there's my A chord, my D. All right, E is... All right, so that's my E. So I've got most of the chords that I need for this song. Here's my A, and my E, and my D, and back to A. All right, so we've got Lord, hear my prayer. Look down on me. I'm not as wealthy as I used to be. And now we screw ourselves up because now we drop into a B minor. All right, so the minor, so let's go back to C for a minute. All right, so here's C. So the C minor, instead of going so what happens in a minor scale is that pattern of whole notes and half notes, or full step, half step, changes. Okay, and I don't have the exact pattern memorized to mind, but what I do know is that instead of playing that third interval, I pull that third down a half step, and that gives me my minor key. Okay, so for example, here's here's E, G sharp, B. All right, that's my E chord. Yep. So if I pull that G sharp down to a G, that's my E minor. And remember, when we were playing this chord, the E minor chord on the guitar earlier, it's an open E string, and then on my A and D strings, I put my fingers on the second fret. Okay, so A up 2 is B, and D up 2 is E. All right, and then I have an open G and B and E. So I've got all of those notes that I just mentioned, E, G, B, in that chord by playing those open strings where I do on the second fret of the fourth and fifth strings. I've taken the A and the D and I've transposed them to B and E. So now all 6 strings are playing an E, a G, or a B, which is my E minor chord. All right, that's how that works. So But now that I know that, I've checked the pattern. So I take that third interval that I would play for an E major, 1 3 5, and I take that third down a half step, and that's my E minor chord. So now I have the pattern to do any other minor chord. So I start on F sharp. So that is F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, C, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B, C sharp. So those are my first 5 notes in the F sharp major. So that third one, I pull back down. Instead of being G sharp, it's G. So it's, it's A. Instead of being A sharp, it's G. A. Instead of being A sharp, it's A. God damn, Devin, use your tongue. Blah. Okay. So F sharp, A, C sharp. So that's my F minor. That's F major. That's my F sharp major, F sharp minor. All right, so I can figure out everything I need to just by knowing those patterns, okay? So B minor is the other one. So that's F sharp minor. So I need to do B minor. So all right, so that's B major. There's B minor. We pull that third interval down a half step, and there we go. All right, so that's our B minor. So and then D, A, and E. All right, so we've got all our chords. The only ones we don't have left are this A diminished and this A flat diminished. So I can go look those up. Or I can use the process of, well, here's the notes that I'm playing on the guitar, so I can translate that to the same notes and figure that out. All right. So, or I can just kind of dick around and do it by ear on. I'll go look it up. All right. So, anyway, so now we get an idea of what our chords need to be, and then we can go play them. So what we're going to do here, we've hit the 2-hour mark. I'm going to take a quick break because my throat is killing me because I've been talking and I have not been hydrating properly. So I'm going to put it in be right back mode for 5 minutes, take a quick bio break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to fire up Ableton Live, and we're actually going to start laying down a beat and our chords. And we're going to go ahead and get a basic scaffolding, our backing track recorded, so that in future weeks I can actually play with other instruments and we can start getting the sound and laying this sucker down. All right, so let's go to be right back. And let's transition. One of these days, I am going to learn to hit the transition button and the unmute my mic button all at the same time, and then civilization is going to fucking fall down. Today is not that day. All right, so we are back. All right. So I put a link into chat, the musica.com Chord Finder. It's really cool because you can basically use it to find chords for guitar, piano, ukulele, and basically figure out, tell it the key, major, minor, whatever, and then what additional kind of, whether it's augmented, diminished, whatever, and it will show you the keys or the keys, the notes in that chord, so you can start figuring out some of that relationships for yourself. So having done that, I have armed myself where I have loaded into my fingertips the chords that I need to do Gambler's Prayer. All right. So just a quick run through it before I go ahead and we start recording. When we get there, I'll talk a minute about some of the intricacies of recording stuff into using Midi and going in. And we'll talk about a couple of those settings. All right. You know what? Let's go ahead and talk about them now. All right. So when you are going to record stuff, and this is going to be true for any MIDI capable program that you use, whatever DAW you're using, or if you're using a specific MIDI control program, there are going to be a couple of options that you're going to need to think about here. All right, so let's go down into MIDI. All right, so you've got your, oh, look at that. MIDI does, Elephant does MIDI too. All right, so cool. So we've got, so when I go into my MIDI track here, all right, and there is a way in Ableton that I can, there we go. All right, so I've got, all right, so I'm looking at a different, why am I 42 in? Let's go to 1. All right, so I'm going to get rid of all these additional tracks that I created earlier just to, all right, so let's get rid of that. All right, so I don't know why I have a MIDI track there as well, so I'm just going to delete that. Let's just go bare bones. And so we can always add new tracks back in. All right. But in fact, I'm not even going to have an audio track on here right now. We're just going to go MIDI. All right, so right now this is set to listen to any of the MIDI sources that it knows about. All right. So I'm going to specifically tell it to focus on my MIDI keyboard, but I'm going to listen to all channels. On more complex MIDI instruments, you send your MIDI notes, and it sends a variety of data depending on how expensive of a MIDI controller you have. It can include things like how hard the velocity, how hard you're playing it, because on a regular piano is short for pianoforte, which was a variant of the harpsichord. The harpsichord, no matter how hard you hit the key, you could press it softly, you could smash it down, it would play the note at the same dynamic level, no matter what you did. The pianoforte was a step forward because you could express the dynamics as well. You could play softly, and the notes would be softer in intensity. You could play hard, and you get a louder, more crashing sound. So piano is short for pianoforte because you can go both loud and soft and loud. Okay, and so modern high-end, or not even high-end, but better than base level MIDI controllers will allow you to capture a bunch of that kind of information. So you can really get the the full expressiveness of your playing. You get your dynamics, you get all of that kind of stuff. And because you're taking an essentially analog process and you're turning it into digital, MIDI is a very efficient format for, you don't have a lot of data going over the wire, because what you're doing is just saying, at this timestamp, this event happened with the following properties. Okay, you're not capturing the waveform of the sound that you're making. If I record an audio track, it's recording all of that information, the everything coming into the microphone or everything coming in through the line input, and it's recording that full audio waveform. So that takes a lot more space, but because it's a full recording of that, it captures that in all of its fidelity. The higher sample rate, the better. Okay, more fidelity to work with. When you are doing MIDI, you're not capturing the actual sounds. That's up to the software that you're using to match those MIDI events of, at this time, turn on this note at this intensity with the following effects on it, and let it play for this long. How that's interpreted is by your MIDI patches or your software instruments, your virtual instruments, and the sounds that you select. So once I take and record a MIDI track where it's capturing that time, event, duration information, and just kind of a simple spreadsheet almost of what that looks like, I can go swap virtual instruments out on that track and completely change how that sounds just by changing what instrument is associated with it. All right, but it's a very compact digital format for storing that information. Very versatile. Well, one of the things that you can do with that, and I'm trying to remember how to get back to that view. All right, so here we go. So down here we can see now, if I were to start recording, and I don't know why it keeps, okay, so first of all, I'm going to turn follow back on. I'm going to reset to 111. All right, so this is the very beginning. I am going to come in and I'm going to give myself 1 bar of count in on the built-in metronome. So when I go to record, it'll give me boop, 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 boop. It'll be giving me a 4/4 time at 120 beats per minute. And I think I'm going to go ahead and turn that tempo down. I'll figure out how to do that here in a second. But what it does is it keeps very precise track of the timing. Pardon the pun, track. Of the timing. And so you can actually preserve, because I'm a human. I don't play, no human plays exactly on the beat, every note, all the time, okay? And so MIDI will capture those little irregularities. And sometimes we want those irregularities because those are what distinguishes one player's style from another. You can kind of get a feel for who's playing based on, and we don't even know that we're analyzing the signal and doing that, but maybe when I go play a particular chord combination or whatever, I'm always just a slight bit early on this note and a slight bit late on that note, but that particular combination adds in a certain feeling or a certain movement or something that just is part of the expressiveness of a given artist and how they express themselves. And so we can preserve that in MIDI because it's keeping track at like the millisecond level of what the timing is. Okay. But we can also tell it to what's called quantize. Okay. So that goes back to physics and what a quanta is. A quanta is a discrete packet. It's a certain minimum interval. Okay. So when I go set my MIDI settings to quantize, what that is saying is take that note and the starting time and the duration and fudge them from what they actually were and make them basically snap to the boundaries of the timing that I'm doing. So if you have that turned on and don't know it, a lot of your stuff, one, it can be a good learning tool while you're figuring out what you're doing and you're practicing and perfecting your technique, because it can help things sound more regular and help smooth out some of those irregularities that you didn't mean to be there. But they can also, relying on it extensively, can also depersonalize your MIDI tracks that you're recording. That can take away some of that character that you have, depending on how it's doing. Generally, when I'm laying down scaffolding tracks, quantize is exactly what I want, because I don't want this. What I'm doing right now is just to get something a little bit more advanced to that's more than a metronome to play against when I start recording tracks. Why do I want that? Why is that important? Well, for me, part of the process, because I am still a novice at all this, part of the process is exploration. And it is very, very easy when you have all of these sound packs and all these instruments and all these audio effects and all of these, look, we go into these plugins and I start going in, and just this one virtual instrument, if I open that sucker up, I have all of these presets. I've got literally hundreds, thousands of different virtual instruments to play with and sounds. It is so easy to get lost and forget what I'm doing. Okay. And this is something, so having that scaffolding there of a basic beat and, and the basic chord structure of the song. What that does, that gives you your map. This is what I'm planning to do for the song. So everything you're recording, all the new stuff you're experimenting with, plays against that and allows you to evaluate, here's my master idea for the song. How does this new thing this new track that I recorded, how does that fit into it? So it gives you that guideline to stay on to. And that's really important when you are still learning the sounds that you're looking for. Yeah, right? I know that is a really useful website. But so having those basic tracks and having them be as basic as you can make it, that allows you two things. One, I mean, because they're temporarily there. They're not going to be there forever. They're definitely not going to be there in the finished project. But it's if you're an artist, you know when you're drawing, you say you're drawing a head or something, you put that little circle, the oval in first, and that kind of gives you the framework to put everything on. That's what we're doing here with these what I call the scaffolding tracks, is putting in just the basic light guidelines that we can then attach the rest of the song to, and kind of have an idea of where we're going, and have a better idea of, okay, I've tried this and this and this out. I don't like that chord progression anymore. So I know this is how the chords are written for the song, but for what I'm doing, I need to change the structure. Maybe I need to throw an extra verse in there that's just an instrumental. Maybe I need to change the tempo for this part. Maybe I need to change my time signature, and instead of doing it in 4/4, maybe I need to do it in 3/4. The scaffolding gives you a way to test all of that, and kind of gives you that, okay, I've made the base decisions about the structure of the song. Now let's evaluate all the rest of those choices and seeing how they uplift that structure. Okay. All right. Now that I've beaten that horse to death. All right, so I need to, I don't remember. All right, so I do need to go change this back to not impulse. Impulse is, all right, so piano. back to my grand piano. All right, so we've got our grand piano back there. All right, so we've got our piano back. All right, so I've set, so the recording, so armed for recording. And I've got 1 bar of count in. All right, so I think at this point, we either start recording the MIDI track, which is going to be fun, or we start by laying down a beat. Since we've got the metronome and building a beat is a little bit more complex, I'm going to start with the MIDI track. So here we go. Let me make sure I move everything back. So, all right, so there's my A, D, E. Okay. And yes, I know I'm not recording yet. I'm just walking back through. Okay, so this is actually 3/4 time. So I need to change that. All right. So the way this is done, Lord, hear my prayer. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So this is 3/4 time. So that's that's one of the reasons why we do all this, is to figure out what our timing is. All right. So I need to slow this down. I'm going to go 80. We're going to go 80 beats. So what that's going to sound like, let's see, I'm going to undo. So we're not hearing the metronome. Oh, there we go. Okay, you hear the metronome, right? All right, so reset and 1 bar of lead in. And so what he does when he does the lead in, he doesn't just jump straight into the song. He's got a couple measures of bum bum bum. You know what? It won't play if I don't arm it. So bum 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 bum. That. Okay. I kind of wish this MIDI controller is fine for what it is, but I kind of wish I had a slightly bigger one with weighted keys, because yeah, this is a little plastic toy. and my prima donna nature is getting the better of me. All right, so all right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and others, and everyone, and okay, yeah, I'm scared. I'm not afraid to admit it. I am about to show my ass even harder on the internet than I have so far. So here we go. Oh, just remember, the goal is not perfection. The goal is progress. So I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to screw it up. I'm going to have to go re-record. I'm going to have to. So this is part of the fun of doing all of this, is y'all get to see, because so many of the music streamers out there, and I don't mean this as an insult. They are producing a product. They have a certain level of skill and talent that they've worked very hard to get to, and they're rightfully presenting that for people's entertainment. But they've worked through a lot of the mistakes that I'm about to make. And so, when you make a mistake, you learn something. That's how we learn. And so, so that's where we're going to go. All right, so here we go. All right, and there I blew it up to start with. Right on. All right, so we have, thinking that 80 might be just a touch too slow. So let's go down to 100. All right. Yep. Okay, I see what happened. All right, so starting over. Take 2, strike. All right. Oh, God. Okay, this is going to be a long day. So there is a way to go in and basically just go redo portions of the track. I am not, so you can go in and you go, oh, you screwed up here, so let's go back and redo it. I, unfortunately, am not versed enough in Ableton Live yet to be able to do that. So this is part of the fun. This is part of the learning process. And so if people watching are familiar with Ableton and know what those techniques are, feel free to speak up. If not, I will put it on the list of shit I need to research, and in a week or two I will have researched it and I will learn the answer, and I will show, hey, look, I did this dumbass thing a stream or two ago. Now I know how not to do it. I know the fix for it, and here, so I'll share that, and we can learn together if none of us knows. All right, so I get to reset it, and I get to do it again. Got farther that time. So question for you as I do it again. Do you want me... So Ableton is not recording my mic audio. All it's recording is the MIDI. Do you want me to speak the words along as I'm playing the chords to keep track of where we are in the song while we're recording? Or is just listening to the chords okay? Go just real quick. I don't even know how to do a poll in Twitch chat yet, so I can't do that. But so let me know real quick before I go back in for the next recording attempt. Let me know what your thoughts are. If you would like me to be doing the words as well, so that we're all on the same page. One of the things I'm going to do here real fast, once I find my mouse cursor again. Come on, where'd you go? Oh, there I am. Right on. Cool. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go drop the page. I should have done this a while ago. God damn, Devin, you're so brilliant. All right. So the link I just dropped into chat is the actual Joko Wiki page that's the words and tabs for Gambler's Prayer. Pardon me. So y'all can follow along at home if you feel like it, if you are so inclined. All right. So let us go. All right. Not getting any feedback, so I'm just going to go ahead and speak the lyrics out as I go, and hopefully that'll help me keep along with what I'm doing. The biggest part of what is going wrong here, I think, is that it has been so long since I have played anything, I keep forgetting my D and my E chords, which sounds stupid, I know. But, hey, that's my brand. Okay. So, let's go ahead and... Lord, hear my prayer. Look down on me. I'm not as wealthy as I used to be. It's not even 10, and I'm busted again. Why does this happen to me? Give me a sign, show that you care. A straight to the ace, Lord, or even a pair. I can't make it alone, and I'll sink like a stone unless you can undo what I've done. So Lord, lift me up in your tender embrace. Lend me your wisdom, your strength, and your grace. Help me to smash my opponent. Fudge sticks. Okay. Bloody hell. Okay. All right, so we're going to figure this out. Because I don't want to go back and re-record this yet again. I'm starting to annoy the shit out of myself. I can't imagine how badly I'm annoying you guys. I dropped a viewer, so clearly I'm annoying somebody. All right. All right, so let's play back through. Sink like a stone. Why does this happen to me? Give me a sign. Show me you care. Go straight to the ace, Lord, or even a pair. I can't make it alone, and I'll sink like a stone. What's the Abigail? Thank you, Abigailer. Thank you for the follow. Lift me up in your tender embrace. Do do do. Give me your wisdom, your strength, and your grace. Help me to smash my opponent. Yeah, so that's where I screwed it up. All right, so a bageler. Okay, cool. All right. A bageler. Thank you. So that's where I need to... All right, so let's zoom in on this track. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and expand that. All right, so... Okay, so that's, Lord, lift me up in your tender embrace. Give me your wisdom, your strength, and your grace. All right, so... All right, so this up here is telling me where I'm going. So I think if I go to 4600, 4524. It did not like that. So 4534. All right, so that takes me. So I think if there is a clicking and dragging on the left hand side of the loop brace. So where is my loop brace? So do I have to turn on the loop to activate the arrangement loop? Okay, so I've activated the arrangement loop. But I don't want, I need, all right, so how do I add a loop brace here? So let's go to help and let's go to manual. All right, so what I really want to do is find loop. So this was, all right, so in Ableton it has this really cool, this box right down here in the lower left hand corner. This is the info view. So if you run everywhere, if you have it turned on, if you run everywhere you run your mouse cursor over, it will give you an idea of, it will give you a short description of what it is you're looking at. So one of the nice things is that gives you an so to prevent recording prior to a punch-in point, activate the punch-in. So when the MIDI arrangement overdub is enabled, new MIDI clips contain a mix of the signal already in the track and the new input signal. Overdubbing applies to MIDI tracks only. All right, so this is, so MIDI overdub is, the session record button. So this toggle, so this button here toggles between playback and overdub. Okay. So this little circle right here. So in MIDI clips, both notes and automation can be overdubbed. In audio clips, only automation can be overdubbed. All right, so if the start playback with record button is on, pressing this button will also start recording in the selected scene in all armed tracks. All right, so that's pretty cool. So capture MIDI notes you just played. MIDI arrangement overdub. Existing notes clips will be mixed with rather than replaced by newly recorded notes. So I don't want overdub mode on. When I come back here and I start recording again, I don't want it on overdub because then I'd mix what's already there with the new stuff that I'm going to record. So this is how we go back and we insert stuff into the track. We turn off overdub if we want to replace it. We turn on overdub if we want to augment. Okay. Now there is a way to set this. So this switch here is called the punch in point. And what that does, everywhere so I select a portion of the track and I turn on the punch in point, and there's also a corresponding punch out point. And what that does is I can select a portion of the track and say I need to record just this part in the middle. And by turning on the punch in and punch out points, that sets those boundaries of it's not going to alter the recording until I get to the part in between. So I'm pretty sure what I need to do here, since I don't have the rest of the track to worry about, I need to figure out how to do the selection and then set this as the punch in point so that I'm not recording anything new from that point on, or up until that point. And then everything else I can go back and record and I can, all right, so that's the recording into the arrangement. Here we go. All right, so session, so I can record new clips on the fly into session slots. Oh, that's right, that's what I was doing when I was playing around with the tutorials. There's a different way of looking at this. And so you can, so here you have these different, in your MIDI track here on this arrangement, you have your different sessions here. And so you can go in and so you can see the session down here in this part of it. And so you can, so it's a clip, it's a piece of audio or MIDI that can be played by clicking the launch button at left or by pressing the computer MIDI key that is assigned to the slot. All right. Clips can be moved to other slots via drag and drop or copy paste. So I think part of what you use clips for is the building blocks of your song. Like you're going to have repeated chord progressions. You know, like for example, there's a certain progression that I play when I go through the chorus. There's a certain progression that I play when I go through the verse. There's going to be a certain progression that I play for a bridge. So some of those are going to repeat. So what I can do is I can record those as clips and then copy them and build that up. So I don't have to record the whole song all the way through in one session like I've been trying to do like a dumbass. I can build it up in those clips. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to select everything and I'm going to delete it. Why? Because I'm a masochist. That's why. All right, so let's go back here and let's do this with all right. So what I don't know. All right. So I've got a new session here. So now I can, or a new clip in this. So now I can, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to start breaking this down into pieces and I'm going to record each of those pieces. All right. So I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to be intelligently lazy and think about the building blocks of my song. And this is part of why we're doing the scaffolding again, is this is our step back into thinking about the structure of how we want to do it. Jonathan, when he did this song, when he did his demo, he's arranged it in a, you know, he's got, you've got your lead in, which on the guitar is that, just that part of it. And then you've got the actual verse structure, and then the chorus structure, and then there's a bridge in there. So there, and then, so that lead in can actually be used elsewhere in the song as a spacer as well. Between when you're done with the chorus and going back into the verse, you can add that in there. So we have discrete pieces, and that's actually one of the reasons why we do the scaffolding, is to start thinking about how we're structuring the song. All the little components of it that we can reuse, okay? It's kind of like Lego building blocks. You know, move it around. So we have to have enough blocks to form the whole thing, but a lot of those blocks are going to be the same kind of block and going to be reused. So we can do a lot of that, and we can save ourselves some time and some agony if we're, you know, it's a lot easier to hold your shit together and get a good recording for a small clip and then start assembling your song out of those clips. And then, you know, then if you want, you can always go back and you can say, okay, no, I'm going to record a new piece for this, because one of the things I like to hear in songs is songs have repeating elements. Okay. Right. You know, we have choruses, we have verses, we have the same melodic structures we have, but we also, as we go through the song, we kind of have a sense of progress. We're building, we start simple and we start building out. A really good example of what I'm talking about here musically is the song, it's by Robyn. Oh God, why can I not think I'm in the corner watching you kiss her. Oh, that Dancing on My Own. Yes, okay, that's the song. Robyn, Dancing on My Own. If you listen to that song, am I going to get in trouble for playing a clip of that to talk about, to point out what I'm talking about here? I wish I knew. Well, people do reaction videos to shit all the time, right? I mean, you've got people on all right, let's do it. Because this is a really important concept that I want to... All right, so Robyn, Dancing on My Own. To avoid copyright issues, I removed the music from the video and redone my voiceover during this section of the video. The listener's emotions through the song, and you're doing that with the tension and the release. One of the things when this is done well, and one of my personal pet peeves about some music that's out there, is that as you're starting to add those layers in and you're adding more embellishments and stuff like that, I believe good music, you can listen to a 1 or 2 second clip of it, and if you know the song really well, you always know exactly where you are in the song, because there's a unique set of elements there. Even if it's a simple song with repetitive elements, and Dancing on My Own is not a difficult song. It's not a hard song, but where it's a masterful song is she does that there's a unique combination of sounds and loops and stuff going on all through the song. So once you're familiar with the song, you can listen to a 1 or 2 second clip, even without the lyrics, and you can know exactly where you are in the song at any given time, because there's that continual, every combination is unique to some place in that song. She's reusing the same elements all through the song, adding more in as she goes, and those get reused and reused, taking some away. But it's that at any given point in the song, that unique combination of elements is a signpost of where you're at in the song. And so stopping to think about your song in terms of, or your performance of a song in terms of those building blocks, I think it's not the only valid way to do it. But I think it can be a helpful exercise for looking at the structure of your song and figuring out what kind of story you want to tell with it and what kind of musical elements you need to add in. If you take away the lyrics and, you're listening to, say Desperado by the Eagles. Okay. Again, you can hear there's some of the same playing, some of those same repeated elements over and over and over. But as you go through the song, there's additional instrumental layers or the same instruments that are repeating the same stuff. They're adding embellishments to that chunk that they're playing there so that you can tell, I'm in the third verse. I'm not in the second verse, because he doesn't do that little thing, that little flourish on the piano in the second verse. He only does that in the third verse. So again, it's that signpost for where you're at in the song. And so thinking about that, and that often guides you to making the right edits, the right additions, the right changes to your song for the kind of emotional story you want to tell with it. One of the easy mistakes to make, and I know I'm going to do it here too, because I'm by no means a master at any of this. It's a skill, and it's a skill that even that can be hard to apply even for people who've been doing this all their lives. Is that it's very easy to get lost, especially when you're in a digital audio workstation and there's this wealth of plugins and instruments and stuff. It's very easy to just get in the trap of, I need to add something. I need to add something. I need to add something. And you can bury your music in too much very easily. That's a very common complaint that some people have about a lot of songs, is that they're over processed. There's no, every last bit of the frequency spectrum has something in it that is stuffed into the song, and that can be a problem. Sometimes having that that audio white space in there, that the blankness, and carefully selecting which layers you're adding in where, and then pulling some back in different combinations, and then saying, okay, this is a repeated piece, but for this part of it, because I really want to emphasize, maybe the lyrics that you're singing during that part have a particular emphasis that you want to get across, or it is the same lyric that you're singing, but again, you want it to sting a little different. So you change, that's where you go back into that clip and you change how you're playing that one piece there. So instead of playing it straight through on the beat, now maybe you're syncopating that, or you're changing the expression of how you're doing, or you use a different, if you're playing guitar, you use a different fingering for that chord, or a slightly different chord progression to add a little bit more movement. Whatever it is, you don't just have to pile on more layers of sound. You can think about that, and you can kind of keep that concept in mind of the map of, here's what I'm doing. To make this part unique, I'm just going to keep the same layers that I have in here, but I'm going to change this one block up a little bit to give it more texture, or to take away some texture. And that's going to be the difference that I need, rather than just blindly always piling on more tracks and more sound and more sound and more sound. And listening to artists who know how to do that, to me, that's one of the great gifts of music, is seeing how people can say, okay, here's the palette, here's the limited palette of base colors that I'm starting with, and like Bob Ross, I know how to mix them up to make all, I'm using 3 or 4 colors, and it's the same damn colors he uses every week, but he makes all these incredible paintings and all these happy trees and mountains and serene lakes and clouds and stuff, all from the same basic combinations, because he knows how to mix them, how to pull some away, how to add stuff in, how not to just go constantly be throwing paint onto the canvas. Bob Ross is anyway. All right. So back at square one. This time I'm going to learn how to record in clips and practice what I preach. All right. So here we go. So for the first clip, I'm just going to go just that lead-in intro, that da 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 da, which is just an A E, and then all right, so it's just A E twice. All right. So here we go. Metronome is on for 1 bar. I'm recording into this clip here, and here we go. And I stuff it right off the gate. Awesome. I hope this is entertaining as shit, because I'm not entertained right now. I am displeased. But that is part of also my perfectionist nature jumping in, and that is another part of why I'm doing this. It is hard to be a perfectionist when you're showing your ass on the internet. So perfectionism cripples. Perfectionism is a evil word in our house, in our household, because you can have it as an ideal. I want to get better. I want to get as close to that ideal as possible. It's like a limit in math. You have the asymptote that the curve can always get close to and get ever and infinitely closer to, but can never actually reach there. Okay. Perfection is light speed. You can't get to it. And the closer you get to it, the more energy you have to expend. Okay. But you want to be trending as close to it as you can reasonably go. And there is a time for good enough. So let's get back at it. A and E. All right. A and E. All right. So let's do it. All right. So that's my first clip. That's the intro. And can I rename it? I can. So, all right. That's my first clip. Yay! All right. So let's play that real fast. Hello, I have a clip. Why am I not hearing it? What am I doing wrong? Oh, did I have... No, I didn't have a punch-in point. Okay, so this is... So loop is on, but I don't want it on because I am not looping. I'm not hearing anything. Apparently, I am an idiot at Ableton. All right, cool. But I knew this was going to be the case. All right, so let's delete that. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I was playing the wrong clip. No, it's recorded. All right, let's reset back to the beginning. Did it not record? No, I hear the notes. Or do I? Maybe I didn't record it. Maybe that's the problem. All right. All right, so apparently I'm a dumbass because apparently it's not actually recording. This here is just, this is not recorded notes. So why is it not recording into this clip? Let's see what we've got here. Let's scale back to the beginning. Oh, no, see, it does see the note data there. So what's going on? Why are we not playing? Hello? Hello? All right, let's go back here and let's... All right, so I don't know what I'm doing with the clip functionality. Guess what? I have homework. Okay, so, so, all right, so I have homework. So I think I've hit a brick wall here, and in terms of, I'm not going to be able to record it in all one big long track. I need to learn how to do it in clips, and I clearly need to learn how to do that off stream. And we've been going for 3 hours. I want to stream until 2, so let's go ahead. We've been hitting the music pretty heavily for most of this time. So what do you say? Even though I don't have progress to show for it, I will give myself the homework assignment of I will figure it out how to record into clips. I will get the clips created this week, and then I will come back and do a demonstration of how I did it next week. And we can go do it with the other Jonathan Colton song that I'm going to do. So Gambler's Prayer is the first one, and then Nobody Loves You Like Me is the other one that I'm looking at doing. And so I'll get the scaffolding created. I'll figure it out how to do the clips, and I'll do the scaffolding for, well, okay, here's this. Do you want, since we've been working on Gambler's Prayer this whole time, do you want me to be the one that I do live on stream, and I go figure it out with Nobody Loves You Like Me, and then come back and show how to do it next week with Gambler's Prayer? Or do you want me to get Gambler's Prayer done? And so you guys tell me what you want. Since we're not going to be able to get it done right now on stream today without a lot of boring experimentation and sitting and reading and wasting your time. So you tell me, how do you want me to record the scaffolding for Gambler's Prayer offline and then come back and we'll walk through it with Nobody Loves You Like Me? Or do you want me to record Nobody Loves You Like Me offline and then we'll come back and we'll do Gambler's Prayer next week? You tell me. Nobody's talking. Hello? Nobody's computer. Oh, a keyboard. How quaint. Okay, the options were... Okay, so I have to go back and do homework. So option 1, I record Gambler's Prayer, the scaffolding for it, offline, and then come back and to show you how to do it in Ableton, we then tackle song number 2, which is Nobody Loves You Like Me, in next stream. Or... option 2, since we've been working on Gambler's Prayer together, I do Nobody Loves You Like Me offline, and next stream we come back and we finish doing Gambler's Prayer together. So those are the options. Okay. All right. I've got a couple votes for 2 from people who've been speaking up. So we will come back and we will do Gambler's Prayer together next week. All right. Cool. Sounds like a plan. Thank you, chat. All right. So no changes to save. So I'm going to close that down. Close down extra windows that I don't need. All right, so guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Toss a coin to your Witcher. Let's see. All right, so last week when I tried to do Back for Blood, the Back for Blood beta, and I launched it up, was able to get into the game, and then Back for Blood and OBS shat themselves simultaneously, and I ended up having to kill OBS and restart the stream. So since it is 1:13 Pacific time, if the game kills OBS this time, we're just going to call it a day, and I'll be done for now. What I might end up doing is a midweek stream then once I've done my homework and basically, oh, okay, here's what I did wrong. Here's how to do it correctly, and just do like a short stream sometime midweek to, and it would be I'm Pacific time zone. I'm in the Seattle area, so it would be a Wednesday, like probably Wednesday evening if I do something like that. I'll put notice out on the Twitch schedule if I'm going to do that, but that would be like a shorter, more hour stream, and that'll be me having done the homework. That'll be a chance for me to do the other song, to record the scaffolding for that. So that just occurred to me. I can add another stream and do both pieces at the same time, but I'll save the weekend for Gambler's Prayer. All right, so so if The Witcher bugs out the system and OBS falls over and I have to restart it, then thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. But otherwise, let's go ahead and fire up The Witcher and let's see if... all right. Okay. Oh, wow. This is the enhanced edition. So yeah, I got this off of GOG for, well, the deal that I got it for, it was free. So since I just installed it, I don't think I need to check for updates. So let's go ahead and launch the game. Fingers crossed, chat. Let's hope this doesn't bomb me out. If it does, it means I need to get better graphics cards, I think. All right, so far so good. Well, okay. Okay, so what's happening is when I come in to change the volume, it's taking me out of full screen mode.
His name was Geralt of Rivia. He was a witcher, a professional monster slayer. An unusual contract to lift the curse that held a monarch's daughter. It was enough to spend the night with the princess, dusk till dawn. If only she were not a deadly beast, a striga. The traitor responsible for the curse became the bait.
Okay, this is cool. And we see some parts of this in the television show. This is one of the episodes. It's also one of the short stories. I think it was the second. And it's one of the clues that give us that season 1 of the television show spans like 30 years. That's cold, Geralt. That's cold. I love it. Oh, the Ruined Keep is great. If I remember right, this is King Foltest's realm. Wow, this is a really long cinematic. This is awesome. Nice. Okay, this is really a good introduction into Geralt's abilities and a little bit of hardcore parkour. Because Geralt, the creature that he is, he doesn't just kill stuff. It's time to go down to the crypt. Potion number 2. God, that man has gonads of steel. Because he's not going to kill the Striga, he's going to cure the Striga. Gotta wait till sunrise. And the Striga can't be allowed to get back into its... Oops.
Though gravely wounded, the Witcher lifted the curse and gained fame. The world changed with the coming of the Great War, the time of the sword and axe, the time of disdain. Geralt of Rivia disappeared, all but forgotten. But that's another story.
Okay. Okay. Wow, that was a hell of an introduction. Okay. That's straight from one of the short stories. And I think it was the second episode of season 1 of The Witcher where we see him go to King Foltest's realm. So, because episode 1 is where he has the run-in with, oh shit, why can't I remember her name? But he ends up having to kill her. And that's not strictly from the books and the stories. They took certain background material and kind of added that in just to give him that personal connection to it. But the thing with Foltest, so King Foltest hires him to lift the curse from the Striga, because it turns out the Striga is his daughter by incest. And basically one of his courtiers who was in love with King Foltest's sister cast the curse to get back at King Foltest for committing incest. So Geralt lifts the curse, and that young lady, the daughter, because of that experience, she had she ends up becoming, if I remember right, she is Pavetta's so there's Queen Calanthe of Sintra, who is Ciri's grandmother. It's Ciri, her mother was Pavetta, her mother was Calanthe, and then if I remember right, the girl was either Calanthe's mother or grandmother. So that's where Ciri gets her stuff from, and she's part of the lineage of the Elder Blood. And so there's a really cool scene in where at one point we're with we see Foltest as a young boy at one point. So yeah, so there's little clues in season 1 to help show you and fit the timeline together if you haven't seen it. All right, so cool. Let's go take a look at options here. I don't know where this is extended. Now, I'm sorry. I'm a console gamer. I'm not a PC gamer. So I need to figure out if there's a way for me to use my controller with this. All right, so autosave, subtitles, voiceovers, yes. All right, object names, sure. Combat feedback, tutorials, yeah, abso-smurfly. Okay, so we're gonna accept all that. Okay, we're gonna go into sound options. How are we doing on volume, guys? Is it too loud? Too... Okay, why am I hearing the sound output? Are you hearing doubled sound output? Because I am not hearing it through my headphones now. Oh, that's because I'm a dumbass and unplugged them. Hi, my name is Devin, and I do all sorts of complicated IT shit during the day, and I'm a dumbass. All right, there we go. So now I can turn my volume up without bothering you. All right. God. Okay, I will figure out how to do the streaming thing one of these years, I promise. All right, so controls. Let's see. So it's the WSAD. Steel sword is Q and E. All right, so it looks like I cannot use the controller with this. Oh God, this is gonna suck. All right, so Q and E, steel and silver. Extra weapon. One is R, T, and U. Wait, why U? What the hell? Why did we skip Y? What the hell? Non-combat mode is tab. Next weapon. Okay, are those next and previous? Strong and fast. And group. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are my magic signs. Potions are 6, 7, 8. Okay, so inventory, hero, map is M, journal is J, alchemy is L. All right, isometric, low isometric, over the shoulder. So F and G are camera controls. Hazard page up and page down. Okay. Quick save is F5, quick load is F9. Okay. Alright, I'm going to turn on my controller and see if it at least recognizes it, maybe. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's probably a good idea. Alright, so that's going to take me out. So let's see. I'm going to come to... Let's see. Category. So game title is just The Witcher, right? Oh, no, I see that The Witcher Enhanced Edition... Helps if I can type. Good God. Enhanced Edition. All right, there we go. So update. All right, so I have updated my category. Pretty Burb. Is that all I need to do? Just update the game title, and now it shows... All right, so now let's see. All right. So let's refresh my dashboard. Oh, yep, category does now show The Witcher Enhanced Edition. And if I bring up my own page... All right, yep. Cool. All right, so let's switch back to the game now. All right. So, yeah, it looks like it doesn't know that the controller's even there, so I don't think when they did the Enhanced Edition, they added that in. More's the pity. All right, so... Boom. All right, so... I get to do this. New game. Woohoo. All right, play The Witcher, venture through a dark world where there is no good or evil, or play one of the new adventures, each of which tells a singular story based on the world and characters. Well, we're going to probably go through the original. All right, novice gamers, combat is easier, alchemy is not required to survive. Most gamers, combat is challenging, alchemy is useful, and advanced gamers, combat is difficult, alchemy is required to survive. Well, you know what? I can always back it down if I need to. Start over and back it down if it gets too difficult. Mouse preferred, featuring an easily controlled, smart isometric camera, casual gamers. Alright, we'll do keyboard and mouse. I'd really prefer to do a controller, but... Ah, Kaer Morhen. All right.
The northern kingdoms nursed their wounds for 5 years after the Great War. Plague and famine raged, the death toll unknown.
Ah, damn it.
Refuge amidst forests, where they prepared for a final, desperate fight. Abominable beasts ruled backwoods, highways, and former battlefields alike. In cities and villages, folk were left wondering what had happened to the Witchers. The Blue Mountains in the north of Kedwen. The year 1270, 5 years after the Great War.
Interesting.
Everything's all right. I've no idea where you've been. The important thing is you're alive and among friends. Though you look like you just left your grave.
That's a precarious looking Ford.
We'll speak soon enough. We're nearing Kaer Morhen.
All right. Ooh. Is that the Great Trail? Or the Circle Trail that runs around that they do all their training on? Okay, I'm getting chills and the hair on my arm is standing up. This is pretty.
We're home. Leo, get Triss.
Ah, Triss Marigold.
Your time nears its end, witches. Enjoy things while you can.
Wrong, you missed the parry. I keep repeating this. Pirouette always followed by a back cross parry. Always.
Barely 2 days have passed since they found you.
I owe my recovery to you. Thank you, Triss.
Remember anything?
That's
Not
interesting.
much.
I didn't realize we meet Triss first in the
Another
games.
moves. Pirouette, parry, cut. I can't explain it, but I feel a bond when we speak. I know you are important.
Geralt,
Oh, he's got amnesia? Shit.
I need to think.
time flows slowly at Kaer Morhen.
Ha! It worked! Not bad. Take a rest. What do you think, Geralt? Is he ready for the path?
Man, there's a lot of cinematics. Alright, who's this at? Oh,
Wait for the rest. He's
oh.
alone. The professor promised 50 orens for every freak we kill.
He's mine!
Vesemir, we got company.
Okay, this isn't the original sacking of
Shutting the
Kaer
gates.
Morhen.
Geralt, grab a sword off the training forms.
All right. Okay. Hostile characters have red, friendly characters have green. Left click on an enemy to attack. An over the shoulder move. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, nice. All right. Well, that sucked.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Anyone know who the intruders are?
Ordinary bandits would never attack Kaer Morhen.
That we know, Marigold. You could try some of your famous magic.
In due time, Lambert.
Enough! We need to check the other possible passages to the upper courtyard.
Is there any looting or anything to be done? Nope.
We'll talk once it's safe.
Okay. So this is my combat tutorial. Woohoo. Combat movement.
What's happening?
They're trying to break down the gate!
They won't get anywhere without a battering ram.
Shit! What is that?
A frightener. One mean beast.
Savola. I know him. A mage as ambitious as he is insane.
They're coming up here. Get ready!
There's more! They're entering the upper courtyard!
The one in glasses is the professor. Murder for hire. I sense magic. There's a sorcerer among them.
Professor, you know the way. Get to it.
Well, that sucks.
The professor is wanted in Redania, Temeria, and Kedwen. A real maggot. I don't recognize the sorcerer.
Marigold, I'm interested in whether you can disarm Savola. The rest is witch's work.
I'll try.
They're coming.
The frightener is very dangerous, but it's vulnerable to loud noises.
The bell's in the upper courtyard.
Exactly. Eskel, Lambert, you'll help me stop the frightener and the bandits. Leo, stay behind us. Geralt, you open the gate to the upper courtyard. When we're there, Triss can stop Savola and his pet while we prepare to deal with the professor and the unknown mage.
I'll figure something out.
Let's do this. Bleed them a bit down here before withdrawing. Geralt, follow the wall and break through to the tower where there's a passage to the upper courtyard.
Alone?
They're just bandits, though one might be infamous. You must open the gate. We'll be waiting. Good luck, Wolf.
Yay, I have a mission. All right. Follow the minimap marker to find a quest objective. All right. So left click on the map icon. Chain attacks. Left click only when the cursor changes into a flaming sword. Okay. All right, dead man. Cool. So where am I going?
You'll regret the day you were born.
Oh shit. No. It's not.
I'll make you squeal.
Okay. Awesome. Alright, one down. Alright, two down. Alright, so I need M for minimap. Where am I going? That's the gate winch. Alright, so how the hell do I get up there? Run here. Okay, so I'm... have no... Am I going the right way? Nope, that's the... okay. Alright, I'm lost. Alright, so I'm right there. Okay, so I need to go left. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Ah.
Mess with me.
Yeah, okay, you're dead. Alright. Next up.
I'll make you squeal.
Ow. Fucker. You're dead. Alright. Now where am I on the map? Okay, run there. So I am... okay. Alright. Oh, that goes down. Pretty sure I don't want to go down, do I? No, I want to go up along the wall. Okay, so I just need to follow the trail of bandits that I'm about to murder. Okay, cool. Use the fast style to defeat cat, icon, or pressing X. Where the fuck are the icons? Okay, that worked. Let's not run off the wall. That'd be good. Alright. Strong style, larger. Okay, left clicking on the wolf icon or... alright, so Z it is. Alright. Spacebar active pause mode. Okay.
Die, bastard!
Oh shit, they've got fucking crossbows. Okay. Alright, got over to where I needed to get. Cutscene. Oh, hell's bells. Oh, that was cold, Geralt. I love it. Fuck yeah. Let gravity do your work.
No way through here. Follow me. Back to Savola.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, fuckers.
Mess with me and die.
Stunned left click. Alright, cool. Okay, that was unnecessary. That was unnecessary.
Die, bastard!
Oh shit. Don't you fire at me, fucker. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're dead, that's right. I'm the Witcher, fucker. Alright, where am I going? Alright, so I need to go all the way over to the gate witch. Alright, cool. Oh, I came inside. Fuck yeah. Let's go fuck these fuckers up. Oh, the Frightener's over there. Probably don't want to go to where the Frightener is.
Take that!
Ah. Hey. Fuckers.
Should have run when you had the chance.
Why is this not working? Alright, let's get into quick mode, take the archer down.
Come closer and you'll die.
Alright, wrong mode. There we go. He needs...
Mess with me and die.
Oh, nice. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. You guys are not the ones doing the hacking. I'm doing the hacking. You're doing the dying and bleeding and screaming.
Mess with me and die.
Ow, fucker. Alright, come on. Come on! Okay.
Stay away or I'll cut you like swine.
Hold on, I'll get to you. I'm getting to you.
Mess with me.
Alright. Left click on the winch. Yay! Open that. Hot damn. Boss fight. Okay. Oh, or kill him with the gate. Why didn't you...
Damn it, Geralt. It's a miracle you're alive.
Why didn't you
You
just
could
drop
have
the
told
gate
me
on?
about the stairs.
Lambert and Eskel were supposed to fix them yesterday.
We're not masons.
No matter. The professor and the other mage must be hiding in the keep.
Face the truth, Witchers. They're here to rob you.
Triss, child, we have nothing of value. Some good steel, snow fox pelts.
I mean the laboratory and you know it. Someone wants your famed mutagens.
You're jumping to conclusions.
Triss may be right. We need to find out what they want.
One thing at a time. We shouldn't turn our backs on a strong mage leading a frightener.
And you can't let the bandits in the lab.
Right as usual, Triss.
Geralt, you've dealt with mages. Find out what this one wants. Leo will guide you.
Just reconnaissance, or...?
No one will be sorry if some of them lose their heads. You'll manage, Wolf. Just remember Leo's with you.
I can handle this. We'll see what's happening inside and be back.
Take these potions just in case. Drink the Thunderbolt now and keep Swallow for when you need healing. I'll be able to tell you how they work. We'll make sure no one else gets inside. Triss, stay with us in case Savola has any new ideas.
Alright, so I have Thunderbolt. And Swallow. So where are my quicks? Oh, okay. It's going to be Ring and Sigil, Heavy Weapon, Short Weapon, Silver Sword, Steel, Rusty Sword, okay. Potion and Bomb. Oh, there is loot. Well, shit. That's awesome. That was it? Oh. Siege cauldron. Oh, there's more remains right there. What do we got? Okay. It's not letting me. Okay. Okay. I'll have to come back and deal with those later. All right, Leo.
Ready, Geralt?
Mm-hmm. Is this your first real fight?
No, but I've never killed a man.
Stay close.
Geralt, I'm waiting. Lead the way. Geralt, wait!
What?
Bandits inside. Drink the Thunderbolt potion Vesemir gave you.
All right. Alright, here we go.
I've heard all of Dandelion's ballads about you. Lambert tells me I'll never be as fast as a real Witcher. But I managed to hit him during training today.
You beat Lambert?
Yeah, we were fencing on the floor pegs when that strange storm came. Lambert looked away, I did a pirouette, hit him right in the gut. He didn't fall, and then he beat me.
You'll make a good swordsman yet.
I know. Every time Lambert beats me, he says I have potential. These men are suicidal. Quick, to the laboratory.
I'll make you scream.
Ow! Fucker.
You're dead already!
All right. That's the kitchen. It's locked. Of course it's locked. All right, Leo. Lead the way. Another cutscene.
These stairs lead to the lab.
Follow me.
All right.
The energy you annexed from the Circle of Elements is enough to stop the witches?
You trembled, yet you complained Savola would have them all, leaving none for you. Did the sight of a single witcher, White Wolf himself, instill fear?
The aforementioned, considered dead I might add, is a known killer. I'll gladly challenge him.
Leo, stand back. Come on, Professor.
Time is essential. I wield the power of the Circle of Elements. They are no threat.
Well,
back to work. I want the mutagens ready for teleportation in 15 minutes. Our witches shan't trouble us.
that's bad.
We're cut off. The stairs are blocked.
The magic barrier looks solid. We need Triss.
They're robbing us. Geralt, clear the passage upstairs. Use a sign.
A sign?
The Ard. I can't do it since I broke my fingers training along the gauntlet. Cast the Ard at the debris.
I don't remember the signs.
Let's go to the Circle of Elements, a source of the power. You need to try and learn the Ard.
All right.
Success?
We'll see in a minute.
I knew it would work.
Let's get back before Lambert kills the Frightener himself.
Okay, figured that out.
What did you learn?
The bandits are in the lab, searching for something. The mage used the Circle of Elements to create a magic barrier.
The plague. You're all children. Why didn't you mention the circle?
Triss, child, it didn't seem important.
If the mage aligned with the circle, he can create a stable portal through which he'll travel to anywhere on the continent, taking your equipment with him.
All right, we made a mistake, but you said the mage was harmless.
I said I didn't know him. I think we should protect the lab above all.
Don't panic, Marigold. We know you'd like to see our witch's secrets.
Vesemir, if that idiot doesn't shut it, I'll...
Enough! Lambert, stop baiting Triss. Show her some respect. Triss, if we go to the lab, they'll have us surrounded. We know tactics.
Maybe we should split up.
Geralt's right. We need to protect the lab and kill the Frightener. Who goes where?
Only I can break the barrier. I'm going inside.
Vesemir?
I'll stay and handle the Frightener and Savola. What about you, Geralt? We may both need your help.
The lab is important. I'm going with Triss.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
It's decided then. Eskel and Lambert will stay with me.
Savola just cast a spell. Something's happening.
The ground is shaking. Feel it?
They're breaking through.
Watch out!
Quickly, defend the laboratory.
Ooh.
This could be a hard fight, Geralt. Take this potion. Witchers call it the Tawny Owl. It restores endurance. Very useful when fighting mages.
Thanks. Let's go.
Alright, so... Tawny Owl, Flint... Alright, so what do I have?
You'll go no further, White One. I'll summon a powerful demon that will tear you apart.
A bluff. He's exhausted from teleportation. Magic light is about all he can muster.
Go. We'll deal with him and join you at the barrier.
Underestimating an opponent. Now the energy of my people will make me stronger.
That's cheating.
Defend yourself, bitch. This is rough. Salamandra. Nobody!
Are you hurt? Did he get you?
Nah. But if those were magic lights, I'd hate to face a truly
Well,
powerful
hell's
sorcerer.
yes.
I wanted to help, but I couldn't break through that strange circle.
Savola's eating dirt. That's what matters.
Yeah.
We need to help
Eat
Triss.
dirt.
Let's go.
Alright. Not before I loot the wizard. Transfer everything. Alright, let's go. Now where am I going? Going the right way? Can I get into the kitchen yet? No. Kitchen is locked. Alright. Oh shit. Why is Triss
They're
down?
ransacking the laboratory. The other mage is... I underestimated him. Hurry.
Well, fuck. Okay. Witcher's Laboratory. All right. Somehow I have a feeling they're going to get away with it, and that's what the whole point of this game is to...
I found it. We have what we came for. Professor, deal with those witches.
Yeah, you're fucked. You just got left.
I hear witches can parry bolts in flight.
Ah, shit. He's gonna shoot Leo, isn't he?
Let's see.
Leo, stop!
And why aren't I killing him right now?
Ah! Another fairy tale.
Oh, fuck. Almost got him. If we hadn't waited. Damn it.
What happened?
Why, Leo?
Smashed ribs,
Why?
punctured lung. He's dying.
He needs White Rafford's decoction. Hang on, Leo. It was here. I can't find it.
Vesemir. Leo is dead.
How did this happen?
He attacked the professor. I was late.
It's not your fault, Geralt. We're all to blame. Triss barely made it fighting for us. These are bad times for witchers, and something tells me they'll
All
only
right,
get
next
worse.
stopping point. I'll save it,
Safe up
and
top.
we'll be done with the stream for the
Relatively.
day.
Some stragglers up there, but we'll deal with them later. You look tired. I'd like you to rest. I'll keep watch and tend to Leo's body.
Okay. All right. Figured out how to meditate. Not sure why I did that. All right. So now I need to quick save. All right. Game saved. So that is the last save right there. All right, cool. So, all right, well, that was a good introduction. That was fun. All right, so if you're still here, thank you. So I have homework for next week. I need to look at my schedule and see if it's going to be Saturday or Sunday again. Let's see. This is the 22nd. It'll probably be Saturday because next Sunday, the 29th, is a doubleheader Sounders and OL Reign game against their corresponding Portland teams. And so that starts at 4 p.m. And so if I stream from 10 till 2 on Sunday, that'll be into the time where we need to be going and heading down to Lumen Field. So it'll probably be next Saturday that I stream. So my homework for this week is to go ahead and figure out how to record into clips in Ableton Live so that we can go ahead and come back and we can do the recording of the scaffolding tracks for Gambler's Prayer. And I may, if I figure it out earlier than that, I may like Wednesday evening do a short stream to start doing some of the scaffolding tracks for Nobody Loves You Like Me. But I will keep an eye on the stream stuff. You have Twitter. I'll tweet if I'm going to do something like that. So just follow my social media links. They're all up at the top of they're all on the screen there. But otherwise, yeah, I think that's it for this week. Thanks a lot. Had a lot of fun. Thanks for more people coming and following, and for I have 3 viewers sticking with me until the end. So thanks a lot, and I will see y'all next week.